yellow all out and had a fine run. They've constantly looked like they still have what it takes to go all the way.
Exactly. They've won almost all their matches. Senegal has struggled. I think they've been through draws, and that's not good enough. Let's see what happens.
Well, the match official here trying to get everything right on cue here. That's Lucas Makani, the man all the way from Congo, will be assisted by Mbombo Muleka Esperant, also from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Second assistant referee, Waison Usi Mustafi from Malawi. Very, very expressive character, I must say. Probably one of my favorites here. And the fourth official, the darling of Tanzania, Habibu Hamadi Habibu, will be the man on the touchline. Officiation totally been beyond reproach. 20 minutes as usual per half, and then of course we go into that 10 minutes for the halftime. Bit curious on how this will fall through, especially should we fail to have a scoreline in there. But pausing for the pre-match rituals, and then we can actually head down to the breakdown of the lineups in here. Starting off with Guinea, Coach Ali Cisse, well, probably picking his best squad unchanged from their very first match there. A lot of attention will be paid to that shot number 10, Amara Keita, who has been their go-to man and has an almost telepathic understanding with Soma in shot 9. David will be quite crucial here. That is the man in shot 11, Mohamed Diallo. David has also been quite intense, as well as the whole press that comes in from that backline.
Yeah, of course. I'm hoping for very, very good intensive football, quality football, and of course, hopefully the best team will win.
Well, for Senegal, they are also lined up in here. Osman Diop lining up here with his formidable team. Asane Sarr will be expected to maintain that back. But you expect to see quite a bit more from So Wangne as well as Diop, who are manning the wings in here. So in just a second, as soon as he gets the clearance here, that is right on cue. We have about 30 seconds probably before he can be given the cue, or is it? Well, right on time, match underway. Senegal in the green with lime green out in there, while the all yellow is the preserve of the defending champions, Guinea. We're looking to start this in a emphatic fashion. They'll have their work cut out. Out onto the wing. Start to life here, and instantly referee called into action here.
It's exactly what I expected. Guinea are coming with 3-5-2 formation, and the Senegalese are coming with 4-4 back, 4-2-3-1. And so, interesting.
No surprise there. That is David Diallo, Mohamed, brought down. He's definitely one of those players that was quite influential in the matches that they've been playing. They do have a free kick here. Might be a good idea here to keep a very keen eye on the man right bang in the center of that box there. Keita is one that definitely has the tools to cause damage in this position. The referee may have a bit to clear up before we can proceed with play. Very keen look here from the set piece taker. Guinea will fancy their chances, trying to fling that in. Bit of trickery there, but does nothing to hoodwink that defense that was pretty alert to what could happen right here, and did their job with no frills or trills, just executed seamless.
It's the early stages of the game, and therefore they need to get some time to settle down, and each and every team will come out with its style of play and aggression and everything, but they only have 20 minutes to perform in each half.
Tall task, tall order, but well, that's the job. Can't afford to take time getting into the game. You have to hit the ground running.
Exactly.
And for me, it's one of the things that has been a bit perplexing about how you prepare. First of all, young players to hit the ground running. If even
it will take some time.
The more seasoned professionals do need a few drills, and the first attempt there is just ballooned sky high.
The angle was not to say he can score from there. There was somebody he needed to give a pass to. A square pass.
Wagner with the first attempt. It doesn't sit nicely for him. Teased back and now looking to plop that into the air. Forward pass. It's going to be quite a bit of mismatch here, but they could have a chance here to break away. On the attack, here comes Senegal. This time looks to square, but nobody was moving as fast as he anticipated. Well, uncharacteristic from Guinea, but it's been proven that they could actually slip in.
Yeah, yeah. I think this time he decided to.
Well, in the meantime here, we are definitely honored with the presence of the president of the Federation of the Tanzania Football Federations, our hosts here literally in attendance. It's been quite the moment, especially for these youngsters, surrounded not just by legends, but by administrators, by, you know, dignitaries, left, right, and center. It's, I could say, a welcome to the big time.
It's interesting. This is something for everybody to get involved with. The likes of Kucha, Wamokachi and Adebayo, they are all here to encourage these boys, you know, and to do well. So I'm not surprised that the FA president is also here to support, even though he's not his countryman. He's here to support the activities.
Well, there's a corner here that's set to come through. Talking about legends, Amanda from South Africa is also here, as well as Jean Seninde from Uganda. As a long ball is brought through. Looking for the shot. Ball cleared away. And well, danger averted for the moment. This is quite promising here. Looking for a way to slip this one in, and Keita finally goes to the ground. Well, for the moment, he looked like he had actually gotten a clean break here. Looked like it was a clean break. Well, there you go. A head coach here for Team Tanzania, also in attendance. A gentleman who had quite the exploits and a big task down at the African Cup of Nations, and could potentially be looking at some of the stars for the next 5 years that will be joining in.
It's very good that he's here. You know, he's also, he can advise even the under 17 coaches and stuff. So it's good. But to be honest, Senegal have had a couple of chances that they can. It's not clear-cut chances, but they should have made use of it, because we're talking of 20 minutes, and 20 minutes when you prepare very well and you know exactly what you're doing, chances comes your way, you must be able to utilize it.
Putting yourself in the shoes of Hamed Morocco, the interim head coach of Tanzania, who we just saw a couple of minutes ago, what would be your biggest takeaway point? I know you've been watching this not just as a pitchside analyst as well as a commentator, but there's also that mindset of a head coach. What would be your takeaways from these youngsters?
Of course, it tells you whether your team or your country has a future. These are players that we look forward to see them in the next under 17 national teams. And so he's here for a good purpose, also to advise his coaches, the junior coaches, under 17, under 20, how to even get them progress into the national team. So it's all good.
Well, for the moment, 6 minutes gone and no advances have been made as far as the goal scoreline is concerned. Still level pegging, 0-0. That's something, if we have noticed of recent, tends to change around this time. And Guinea trying to keep true to form, looking to break forward. Incisive play. Only envision just how well they'll break away. Once again trying to come forward, but looks like we all were aware of the offside flag decision.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see probably good passing abilities and to attack. It's all been sort of running, tackling, a bit rough, but the proper game, the game itself, we've not seen it. But of course, these are young kids, and therefore sometimes situations like that can happen.
$300,000 US in the next 40 minutes, or should we say 80 minutes, considering this match and the next match.
Yes.
Quite the bounty for these youngsters as the ball is brought in, cleared away. Still quite anyone for the taking here. Ball squeezed out to the wing. Some aggressive defending and quite commendable in there as well.
They've got the energy to run and to do everything, but tactically they need to put the passes together and then see how it goes.
Well, there's a throw in here. 3-4-3 formation preferred here by Guinea, looking to really crank up the screws here. It's into the center of the park, but tonight you must really commend Senegal, who do come in with the 4-2-3-1 formation, and for some reason seems to have effectively neutralized this Guinea team like no other team has done so far.
Yeah, normally when you play 3-back and have 4 midfield, it means you want to control the midfield. Senegal, they've not allowed them at all to do that. Rather, I feel Senegal has a very solid back and is well organized from the back. But to attack is a bit of a problem. They've attacked and had chance, not clear chances, but something that positively they can do something out of it.
8 minutes on the clock and still waiting for the opening salvo here. Still a bit of ping pong in here, and here comes Keita. That's a sharp drag, but the referee lets it continue as there's a clear advantage here for Guinea. Forced to turn to the flanks, and Diallo David is trying to link his way in. Well, Tamba will count himself very lucky not to be in the referee's naughty book by now.
Exactly.
The attack. Oh, ball rolls out, and that will count for a throw-in. It's been a very interesting, and if you told me a couple of years ago that we'd be watching under-15s giving us this good a game, I'll probably be having a bit of a fight with you.
There's been space in between the Guinea defenders, and Senegal are utilizing it, getting the chance, getting their way through, but the final option is always gone wrong. They've had chances like such situations like that.
Well, there was a chance here trying to fling the ball in. The shot did come, but totally off target there. For some reason, you could clearly see he was slightly unsighted there. His body posture, well, maybe a little older with age, and that is something that would have been a possibility, but this stage of his game.
When they get to the final third, I think the ideas, they get short of ideas as to how they can execute their chances, and it's not looking good for them.
Well, looks like Nduo might have to take an extended break off the game. It's being stretchered off here. Had a bit of a coming together, and that's definitely going to be reason to worry here for this Senegal team. It's been one of their more integral players. Okay, to get through passing, just didn't come through as expected. Throw in. Through pass through the wings, trying to advance once again on the flank. Gets past his marker, trying to get to the final third here. Good play. Keita released here, but the goalkeeper saw that coming. Dealt with the threat effectively. Some very commendable play there coming in from Mara out on the wing. Making sure that he tried to get past his markers.
That was clever.
Away from one. And then making the pass.
In this situation, the last touch, the first touch for him to get out of the defender's way, also to create a chance for himself, was too hard. He was not too smart with that.
Looking to feed their way through, and that will count as a foul. It's a free kick here on the ground. Seems to me to be having quite a few of the knocks here. It's a gentleman who's actually just been brought in as a substitute here for Senegal. That is Segafal Mbodji. Came on as a replacement for the injured, that is Malik Ndio Al-Haj. It's a free kick, long whipped-in ball. We've seen some shots from spectacular range in this tournament, and that just wasn't one of them there. And Ndiaye Mohamed will be having a few questions for himself.
The Senegalese are not allowing them to play. Very clever from them. Every time they put pressure on them, and it's making it difficult for them to come through.
Very quick to remind the youngster how far back he needs to go. It's a free kick. Oh, sorry, throw in, and it turns out to be a poor one. And characteristic of Guinea, they lose this one. Oh, actually, he's pushed back.
You're not giving them space at all. It doesn't matter where. They're very close to them and pushing them into their own half. And it could be a strategy.
The high press,
yeah,
working well. Ooh, a little anticipation to make the throw. Ball slipping from his hands. It takes time to clean up here and get ready. Options availing themselves right at the edge of the box area. Trying to counter his way towards the final third. Looking to the referee for help, Mohamed Wangne, but it just doesn't come. 6 minutes and 30 seconds left to play in the first half. Still goalless, Guinea and Senegal. They're looking to launch the ball long. Nice brush off here from the defending champions. The young lads here from Guinea trying to push themselves forward, wheel their way up front. Tonight have barely had any attempts on goal. Senegal really keeping them at bay. Nice pass up onto the wing, stays onside. A chance now to venture forward, and that ball is brushed away, but they do have the opposite wing. Still in full flight, tries to make the cross in the end. Lost his footing. It's a very, very decent attack here from Senegal, and they nearly ripped rewards for it.
They're making use of the fact that Guinea is playing 3 back, and so they're able to penetrate very fast with quick running, quick passing. But when they get to the place where it matters most, they are short of ideas.
Keita just tries to wiggle away from his marker. Bit of tagging there as the ball ultimately put out into touch for a throw-in. It doesn't look like they'll be standing on occasion here. Celia picks the ball once again. Nice touch to Conte. Conte, the Senegal will not stand on occasion. Doesn't have to be pretty as long as it's away from the danger.
I'm sure they are aware what Guinea can do if they allow them. They can pass the ball very well, and so they are very, very aggressive, not allowing them to even have their game.
Well, that's a dynamic thrust forward, and looks up to see the goalkeeper off his line, trying to attempt the spectacular. Yeah, well, can hit and hope, and acknowledges he could have done better there. Ibrahima Tamba is a very, very imaginative young character there, Tamba.
Yeah.
Solid defender, also one with a real knack for going forward. Get the ball through the center of the park, slips in a through pass, and now once again on the flank and looking to weave some damage. Holding onto the ball, attempts the cross. Well, he really needs to work on that. El Haj Malik Ndio,
this is what
back on the pitch, but hasn't really been top-notch in his crosses.
This is what they should improve in the second half. The first half is almost gone. They've had chances from the wings, from the wider areas, but they are not able to get it right into getting the cross for a finish.
Well, technically defeats the purpose if you're a winger and you can't cross. Oh, coach, how do you deal with that?
Yeah, that is bad.
Kick here. Senegal still dominating. This could be a chance here for Guinea to get their first shot on target. Try to weave through the wing. Cross comes, repelled. They still have possession, twisting one way, then the other. This is some good stuff here from Mara. Trying to get his way forward. Mara taking on the entire defense on his own now. Has support here coming in from David. They lose possession here, and in the tumble that ensues, that's a free kick given to Senegal. You have to give Senegal full marks for dogged defending.
Yes, yes. They are very sound at the back. They defend very, very well. But of course, when they do that, there is a purpose why they do that. Then they get the ball and attack quickly. And they get the chances to finish it well. But that has been the problem with Senegal.
Chance now. Launching a long ball. Picked up in here. Keita has been negated in that midfield. Hasn't been really allowed to come to play. And as we quickly surmised, he's the go-to man. When he doesn't play well, the team struggles, as we've evidently seen in this first half.
Yeah.
Guinea, bit of an urgency now creeping up on them. Long ball launched forward, looking to wave the business away. Both teams here at the moment pretty intent on the defense. Trying to make sure that no goals are conceded at this very late moment. Through pass back to the goalkeeper. Back to the goalkeeper. Cleared away. Oh, skipping away from his marker. That's done with some skill. Has options, doesn't have to go about it alone, but goes for the more audacious attempt there. Sometimes you have to risk big to gain big, but this time doesn't pay off. They still have possession and now going through the minders here, trying to cross the ball in. Attempt for a shot, deflected. And Senegal, for the first time in quite a bit of time here, finding their backs against the wall, but they acquit themselves well enough. Off the hook for the moment. The ball goes all the way. Spreading to the wing and inviting Keita to drop back. Support here. Sako. Fassinet Jr. launches a long ball. Conte tracking forward to provide support, and the ball gets to him. And now Conte flinging it forward here, looking for support here coming in from Mara. Mara brought down. The referee says it was a robust but fair challenge. That one not by the captain Keita, and the referee will have words.
That was a solid defending. Solid.
Player on the ground is picking himself back here. Mamadou Diangba came through, closed down his man, timed his challenge to perfection.
Yeah.
Any split second late, and that could have been a penalty.
That's right.
And that's a bit of a cynical one there. That did come through from the skipper, Keita. So it's a free kick.
Up to now, Senegal has shown that they are very good defensively. What matters most is to score, and they failed.
Now they try to break forward with pace. That's a challenge here. The referee doesn't feel there's much to warrant his attention, so the game carries on. 10 seconds left to play in the first half. Tagging. The referee lets the game continue, as clearly there's an advantage to be had here by Guinea. Looking to shuffle feet one way, then the other. 20 minutes of the game played, still goalless. Might have been their secret weapon that was underestimated Senegal. Tedious, dogged defending. And as a result, it is still goalless in the first 20 minutes of the game. Big attacks definitely belonging to the youngsters all the way from Senegal. But Guinea have had a knack of digging themselves out of tight spots time and time again. And they've had the experience of being able to go all the way to the grand prize. And that is something they'll be counting on to help them through, especially in a tricky sport. Another 20 minutes do beckon here for these two sides, and only one can move on to the next stage where they'll have a chance to challenge for the top prize. And that will be keen on their mind. But here, it's halftime. Guinea 0, Senegal 0.
So it is half time, and as you can see there from the possession, Guinea have pretty much dominated in possession, having pretty much control of the game, but doing very little going forward. That's why they have absolutely no shot on target or off target. Off target, though, that goes to Senegal, and it has been quite the game. Very physical side, both of them, so there's no physical dominance to be exerted, mainly one over the other, as Senegal and Guinea play out with 5 fouls, 3 of which go to the home side, Guinea, and the offside statistic counts very little towards the tilt of this game. What does count, however, is the top numbers at the very top. That piece of statistic, goalless between Guinea and Senegal at halftime. And the first question you know is coming your way, coaches, is of the two coaches, who is the happier? Akonor?
I think Senegal has shown strength defensively. They've shown also ability to attack quickly up front. They've also made the vulnerability of defense of the Guineans. Wider areas, they attack there, but when they get there, what matters most is to finish and score, a cross to finish. They failed in that aspect, and that is the problem. Guinea, yes, they've been playing, they've been touching the ball, but they didn't look too dangerous because Guinea are defending very, very, very well. Sorry, Senegal is defending very, very, very well.
Senegal are defending very well, but when you look at it on the balance of play for Senegal, it's pretty much one player who's letting them down. We'll talk about the 3 players who are actually exerting some stress and pressure from the Guinea side. But coach, as I was watching with you during the first half, you kept saying, oh man, his left side, his strong left side. He needs to do more, El Haj.
Yeah, El Haj he continues where he left off yesterday. He had so many chances against Uganda and he didn't capitalize because their formation allows him to go there, because the 4-3-3 formation that they've put there suffocates Guinea. Yeah. They can't build up from the back. They don't have all the time. You can see even in this moment, all he needs to do, composure, control the ball, look up, and the defender doesn't have cover. Take him on. If then cover arrives, play that cross in. And this is how much you are seeing that Senegal knows they can attack going forward, but at the back they're making it difficult for players like Keita to say, can he shine today? I haven't really seen much of him, maybe also because he's playing deeper with the 3-4-3 that they're employing today, coach. It's difficult for him to really play as a 10 and join the attack as quickly as possible.
You can clearly see they are not too much in control of the game, but what matters most is how to attack. They've been doing it very quickly, because they have the fast guys at the wings, but when they get to the line, the final third, where it matters most, they are inefficient. They are not composed. There was a situation where he needed to take time and cross the ball. They don't do that, and it's been a major problem for Senegal.
It's almost a sense of desperation that you see from these forward line of Senegal. But coming back to the 3-4-3 with 3 at the back, you were talking about how Guinea executed it very well against Benin, forcing teams like, in spite of having that formation, it is Senegal that are being forced to go wide.
Because the Senegalese coach, I'm sure he's seen tactically your weakness. And when you are playing 3 back, most of the time your weakness is through the wings, and that is where they are utilizing. They are making use of that position. But again, when they get there, they fail to execute their passes very well to score.
As you can see, El Haj coming through. Coach, would you have wanted to see him go with his stronger favored left foot there?
Even the right foot is quickest. It's quickest, it's closest to the ball. For me, it's how he volleys that ball. If he goes full on laces, and you see, he also was afraid to go in them. If he goes in full on laces and he just accelerates a little bit, there he slows down. And in him slowing down, it doesn't allow him to get to the ball as quickly as possible. Now he needs to change direction and try to get there. Because also he's left-footed, he's facing goals. And he takes that shot away from goals. So for me, it's going to be key for him to say, let me for a change swap on the other side and swap with Wagner. And say, let me go on the right wing, go on the left wing, so that maybe I can invert, cut inside and take a shot.
Senegalese players already on the pitch. Guinea is just about to start joining them. Coach, what would you like to see in the second half?
Senegal, for instance, they've done well. But again, the problem is that they are not scoring. But should Guinea get a chance, they will score, and that will be a major problem for Senegal. I think it's an open game.
That's for you?
Yeah, I think Guinea right now, Amara, he has the key. He wants to go individual brilliance too long. He needs to look up, dribble 2-3 players, then bring in that cross. Then they will get something because he does have numbers going in into the box, because Keita also does join in there, and also you find players like Soma going in there, so they can score if they want to.
And if they get those numbers, speaking of numbers, it's full squads on the pitch. Let's join the second half.
And we are back here for the second half, and that's set to get underway. 20 more minutes. Guinea or Senegal, only one can make it on to the next phase of the game. Welcome back. It is still the CAF African Schools Football Championships, and no changes made as of yet, as referee here prepares to take the role on. Lucas Makani just waiting for the signal from the touchline to have the all clear before the second half can officially commence here. Just a few minor details that need to be sorted out, and wise words here from our panel that's at the pitch side here. Might be need for desperate wants here. Still looks like a bit of waiting here before. Now, referee. All right, given the signal as we now get into the second half. Expect this one to be quite a bit more frantic, if I'm to be pretty honest.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting how both teams will react. It's one a team has had a chance and not able to make use of it. Now we want to see Guinea also coming up and see what will be the reaction of Senegal.
Throw in here. Oh, it's also going to be a question for the coaches. Do you shuffle your pack, or do you trust your top team? That probably would be the first team to carry on and find a way to break the deadlock.
I think Senegal, in the first place, had a good strategy in terms of how to attack.
The offside flag here coming up and catching once again, straying. Mahmoud Wagne is constantly finding it difficult. And the assistant referee definitely voicing his opinion here to the officials from Senegal. Been quite impeccable in the officiation here. The youngsters rarely put a foot wrong.
Lovely, they've done so well.
There you are, clear as day sight. By the time the free kick is taken, or by the time the pass is made, is acres in space.
So strategically, I was saying about Senegal, what they've done so far, I think the coach did well by knowing the weakness of Guinea, utilize it, but the final options to score goals, they failed in that department.
Well, in the stands, in the meantime, song busts out here, and that should literally tell you some of the goals are almost here. That's a foul here. It's a free kick. Throw in coming up. As they would say down in Zanzibar, this one would be termed as Kipindi Kialala Salama. So if it doesn't happen here, then I do understand it is straight to the lottery of the penalties.
Yeah. I wish Guinea will do better than they've done. They've controlled the game. They've had more possession than Senegal, but they've not been dangerous. They have not been efficient in terms of attacking. They've not done enough.
Well, looks like there might be a change up in the positionings here. Al-Haj Malik Ndio had a few issues earlier on in the first half, and now he's taken off. Is the man that's brought on, got to start one of the games yesterday, but tonight brought on as a substitute. And in the meantime, Guinea making it a little difficult to dig themselves out of a hole. Well, Zanzibar is literally heating up right now. In the midfield, players out here. Well, about 3 minutes played, so still 17 minutes to acquit themselves. Tamba with the throw. Back to Tamba. Hacked clear by the defense. Sako doing a brilliant job marshalling that three-man backline. Been stretched on the width, but they've held their fort very compact in the middle. If you have to score, you have to go right to them, and they've proven pretty decisive every time that's happened. Confirmation there on the substitution. CB AI coming on. Crossed in. That will be easy pickings here for Asane Sarr, goalkeeper here for Senegal and captain. Later on, of course, action will once again hold dear, especially for our hosts, as Tanzania will take on Benin. Oh. That's definitely going to be another cracker.
Exactly. The host nation.
Well, they did also manage to top their group, Tanzania. Take on Benin. That came second after Guinea in the other group. That's the match that we have coming right up after this one, the second semi-final for the boys. In the meantime, still quite a bit of unfinished business here. We have to go about it and get the job done. Corner kick. Played wide, quite unorthodox, but looking effective as there's a let arrive. Oh, they have a chance in the box, but it won't count, as the offside flag had already been weaved up high.
That was unfortunate. I mean, would have been a clear chance for them to score.
Oh, we get the benefit of having another look at it. Not retreating in time. That was a brilliant. That the damage was already done.
We don't want to see them go through penalties. That would be terrible. Somebody will be crying.
Not for the faint of heart, I do dare say. Player stepping out here to get some medical attention. That is for Senegal. That is Dabo. Looks like he'll be able to run it off. See him sprinting on the side. Alhaj Malang Dabo. Looking to penetrate through the center now. Good technical skill here on display by Guinea, and serving up a brilliant through pass, but quite some awareness here from the goalkeeper Sarr to make the clear lines. David Dalo Mohamed, quite a linchpin in that midfield. Won't get another chance to go marauding, as there's a free kick this time awarded. Foul on Mahmet Ba. It's a free kick. Chance for Senegal. Looking to start this one off quick. Mahmet Ba tries to cross the ball and well, just can't keep it within the perimeter of play.
It's clear that Senegal are well organized defensively. You saw how the goalkeeper anticipated and came out early to clear the ball, which was good.
Guinea, uncharacteristically sloppy today. They have possession and they'll try to get bodies forward. Sarr finding himself constantly out of his box there to command the defense and help out, but also tactically aware to retreat.
Yeah, that's good. Good defensive work. I mean, the defensive department has been solid so far, because Guinea, with their technical abilities, have tried to outsmart them, but it's been difficult.
Throw in here for Guinea. That's a lengthy throw. The end just effective only to pick up a couple of yards. Whipped in again, looking to challenge for the second ball. But Senegal keeping a very tight ship at the back. Alhaj Malang Dabo is back on the pitch there with that clearance. Try to get out of their lines. It's a 3 versus 1. There's a tag there. Very risky play from Baye Ahmed Thiam. Thiam just manages to get the ball cleared away this time around. Senegal looking to slowly grind and lay siege right at the edge of the box area here of Senegal. Senegal clearing their lines. Guinea once again looking to go forward. through the center, skipping away from one challenge. Quite a couple of options available. Still not in sync. It's rough, but they'll have to go about it. Might not be pretty. They have to find a way to try and close it off now. And here they come once again on the attack. Acres of space. David Dallo sets it across. Should have been an easy tap in. Proves to be a lot more difficult than they had anticipated. Arguably the best chance that they have had in this game so far. Guinea, superb cross. The finish really left wanting there, and it's understandable.
They managed to get through the defense, and a good cross, but the finishing was poor.
Ibrahima Soma has had a bit of a torrid time in this tournament. Normally one of their go-to men. Helps in the link-up play, but still finding difficulties getting to the back of the net.
Yeah. So far, this has been the best chance they've had, I think.
Chance here for a substitution, and it will be once again Senegal that makes the change. It's the end of the game for the midfield linchpin, Mohamed Ba. And in his place, they will look to bring up some firepower. Sega Fal Mboji is the man that is brought in. Pretty youthful on the face. Can he be the one that turns the cogs in favor of Senegal? Very little time left to debate that. About 10 minutes left to play. At this point, coach, part of the goalkeeper's mind, you cannot argue, is already beginning to think about penalties.
Exactly. I'm sure about that. So.
There'll be a substitution also in just a bit here for Guinea. They try to get away. That's a foul. And Ibrahima Sako is in the byline, just waiting to be introduced to the game. Question is, whose place will it take? It's a shot drag in.
Guinea has shown a little bit of discipline in the second half. We've tried to attack.
Shot from distance. Ooh, well, that looked like it was possible to cause trouble. So, putting in a very good dig here to the ball, just rising higher than would have been wanted. Pretty imaginative, pretty imaginative. Confirmation here. So, Sako was the player that came in and took the place of Ibrahima Kamara.
They're very composed from when they are developing attack from the back. The Guineans, very, very good. They are very patient, and they do that.
Long ball to no one in particular. At this point, you begin to worry if they are running out of ideas. Very, very big likelihood. Sa starts the ball off, getting it long, and referee cites an infringement. Senegal not standing on occasion, but giving the ball away in the same breath. As it's a through pass, this could be their undoing. A chance here, goalkeeper off his line, a chance to loop him. Does well. Acquits himself, gets his team off the hook. The danger not yet passed, skipping away from one challenge and a second one. Options available here for a shot here from distance, off target. Well, give that man his flowers. He is responsible for keeping the team squarely in the game. Asane Sa with a phenomenal range for the strikers. What will they do to beat him? That's a one-on-one. That's heaven sent to take the lead.
He came out to make the goalpost a bit smaller for him. You know, when he comes out, he's huge in front of him. It was difficult, but he anticipated very, very, very well in terms of coming out to save the situation.
I could not believe that in a one-on-one, Guinea just could not take the lead. That probably was the moment. They'll try and fashion out another here, operating well on the wings as it's again looking now to plague them. It's David Dallo.
I think Guinea they are showing signs of good to see what
Just waiting for the goalkeeper to get the business motion on. It's the goalkeeper with a bit of time delay, and the referee not going to stand for that. So it's a yellow card that's brandished against Asane. Well, you could actually say he's literally feeling the exertions there have taken their toll on him in the game so far. Out to the wings. And that should definitely function here as a throw-in. Throw-in coming up. Senegal. Possession. Referee cites an infringement. There's a foul here, so that's a free kick. Good pick up. Keita trying to link up, looking for the cross. Bodies available in the box area. Do they have a second chance to bite at the cherry? Referee Mesema Iko, free kick. It's a free kick here. Decent attempt here. Both teams trying to give at the same time. You must know that every glance on the sidelines is for them to look at the scoreboard, and they give them a very precise picture of how much time is left.
This time I think Guinea are pushing very high, trying to get a goal, which is good. I mean, we saw that with the Senegalese in the first half.
Cross in, looking for control. That's thumped clear. Appeals for the penalty. Referee doesn't sanction it, and now there's a free kick given. Well, Guinea leaving very dangerously. We have the benefit of being able to look at it as they protest that that should have been a penalty there. Question is,
hopefully they'll bring it again for us to see.
They do have themselves a free kick. Now we get a chance to have a review.
No.
Oh, this is definitely a free kick. This is the one that the referee gave,
Okay,
but this is the earlier incident. Getting onto the ball, 50-50 in my opinion, I would say. We have another chance to look at it, but he didn't have the ball on him, had clearly already lost the ball. By the time he was charged upon, he had lost the ball, and that's probably the saving grace here that if Keita will benefit from. Still not safe. This probably might be the best sport for Senegal to shut out the lights. Now, a couple of the fans in here watching the game. These are South Africans. This is actually had a brilliant tournament, but just could not put in enough of the fight to continue, as well as their compatriots, the girls there, all now showing up in the numbers. Chance for them to relax, let their hair down, and actually take in the entire experience.
Nice to see they're supporting their girls. That's good.
In the meantime, the player here will have to be stretchered off, and that is Ndiaye. Is it? Yeah, that's Ndiaye. Pape Mata Ndiaye is another one who's constantly found himself on the receiving end of some aggression. Match day 2 was once again stretchered off. Seems find a way back in, but well, they might want to keep a keen eye on how to handle with him. So free kick coming up. Stepping up. Mohamed Ndiaye. Quite a bit of a distance away. Mohamed Ndiaye will go for power, but straight to the goalkeeper. That was good accuracy.
Yeah, that wasn't bad at all.
Just got it up, got it down right on time. Goalkeeper saw it coming. Very good, very, very good. Commendable save there for the goalkeeper, Mohamed Silia.
And that is why he's the captain. He's shown that he's really there for the team.
Huge clearance. Long ball to the back line. Shot on target each for the team. Both defenses been quite mazily, finding it far and few in between to come across chances for a clear-cut chance. Trying to race in and get onto that particular ball. Good chance here. Well picked up here. And through pass up to the box area. The back heel coming through. But Cheikh Theo was watching that, and That's a goal kick, interestingly. Oh, my book definitely looked like it would be a corner.
Corner kick.
Back heel, pretty imaginative. Oh, in the end, I didn't see any touch there. Not so sure I saw any. Ooh, okay, possibly. I mean, you have to give the benefit of doubt to the referee. He's in a much better position than us, who was standing right behind them. So might have seen a final touch coming off the defender. The man in Amara Keita just hasn't implied himself. And I know Simpiwe must be seething on the pitch side. She expected him to burst to life, but he just hasn't. And this is where you need to step up as the main player for the team.
Ngogba is really in control. I mean, Sawa is doing well.
Well, talk about quality entertainment. We might be seconds away from the dreaded penalty. This is never a place for the faint-hearted. This is a sport where you have to have nerves of steel and ice coursing through your veins at a tender age. It's a whole nation.
A big responsibility.
That is on your shoulders.
Yeah.
Not sure. I definitely guarantee I wouldn't envy to be in any of these boys' boots at this point. Substitution right now. And it's Guinea once again trying to make that sub. And looks like that is Siaga Silla that comes on or races on. Siaga Silla brought on. That is shot 13. Chance coming through. Ball cleared away. Ball just closes. Oh, just goes close and rolls out here. Well, that's it. And now questions will arise. Who will step up and who will shrink from duty? It's the penalties. It's never a comfortable sport, but this is the funnest they must go through to get to the final. Because at the end of the day, it's been very little to show. Barely down to 3 clear-cut chances on target between both teams. And now the penalties. The goalkeepers will have to put their mettle to the test. Full time, right here at the new Aman Stadium in Zanzibar. It's Guinea 0, Senegal 0.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
This will take their nerves, to take their nerves, and then with penalties, it's just a 50-50 thing. You must be able to take a decision, decide where you put in the ball, and there must be a bit of power behind. And you go, and you must have the nerves to do it.
Well, the goal has been decided. And now the question is, who gets to step up first? Officials not standing on occasion. There'll be no time to waste. The execution will be swift, and the judgment will be delivered in kind. So best of luck to both these lads here. At this point, you're the coach. What do you say to your players?
Well, like I said, decision taken. Decide where you want to put the ball, power behind, and you must have the nerves to do it. You know, but you need to focus. You need to focus. It's not now in the hands of the coach anymore. It's in the hands of the players, and they are very young for this responsibility. But they will have to, if they want to be big players. It starts from now, in their youth days.
Well, this is one of the ways that you set off a semi-final, straight off with penalties. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on to your seats. We are going in for the lottery. Guinea, defending champions. I'm pretty sure they'll be proud of their journey, making it all the way here. But even more proud if they can go all the way once again. Well, that will definitely go a long way in putting up the stamp of the mark of undisputed. Before they do that, they still have to think about the next 5 kicks and saves if they are to progress.
We can be deceived by the way the Senegalese goalkeeper has played, but he looks like he's the one who to save them. He's shown a lot of greatness in his game and all that. So I don't know much of the Guinean goalkeeper.
Well, physical attributes here that we might consider: height, reflexes, agility. What would you go for in your goalkeeper for the penalties? Fourth official here, getting those not involved in the set piece off the pitch. Alessane Sarr seems to be getting a lot of encouragement, or giving as much encouragement here. His teammates, his captain.
First of all, he's the captain. He looks big. He narrows the goalpost. When he stands in, the goalpost becomes smaller. These are things that can deceive the opponent and maybe make a mistake.
Well, this is where the coaches will also have quite a bit of a fit here. And I do dare say these are some of the moments that tend to get coaches a lot older.
With this, they've trained already. They know who's kicking, who's good, who's not good. But sometimes it comes to a position where everything goes wrong. You know, even to those who are perfect in kicking, taking the corner kicks, the penalty kicks.
Well, this is the moment also to give a few prayers. And first up will be the skipper, the captain, the man that they will have their hopes pinned on. Amara Keita steps up first, and you can actually hear teammates calling out instructions and urging nerves. I think this is the time where you literally block out everything, and it's just you. Here's the technical bench. The tension is so palpable, you could literally cut it with a knife. So captain versus captain. Amara Keita takes on Alessane Sarr. Guinea with the first crack at taking the lead. Makes a short run up, straight to the top corner. That's a beautifully dispatched penalty. And now it's advantage Guinea.
That was a good one, Like I said, decision taken, decide for a place, put the ball behind, with power behind the ball, and of course, it's always difficult for the goalkeeper to get it.
Now the task will fall to Guinea's very own Souleymane Touré. Souleymane Touré into the sticks. Who will step up to level it here for Senegal? It's Baye Ahmed Thiam. Literally played almost all their matches here. Thiam is one of those that's consistently been a mainstay, but in this particular game came on as a substitute. Now it's goalkeeper to the rescue. Thiam makes a lengthy race up and dispatches it there. Goalkeeper guessing the right way, but that was hit with some real power.
Exactly.
Denied him a chance for the save.
What I like about him, he was calm. You didn't see any nervousness in his face. He was on his face. He was calm. Look, calm. Got there. There was power. There was power behind the ball, which was good.
Also the technique of dispatching, just picked his spot, had the right delivery, was precise. All right, so it's one apiece, and we're back to where we began. Once again, up steps Ibrahima Somar. This might be the moment that he makes his contribution. Must have quite a bit of jitters in here, because he's had a couple of moments and things didn't quite go according to plan. Quick glance. Fancy he would go to the left. Yes, he does. Goalkeeper saw that look as well and nearly had him.
That was very close. That was very, very close.
Too close for comfort. Yeah. Too close.
I wasn't sure if he was going to make it because, first of all, the takeoff, how he ran to the ball and all that.
Well, I was worried when he took that last-minute glance at where he wanted to put the ball. Yeah. It's literally what gave the goalkeeper a chance, and it's just not fortunate enough to save it. So 2-1 for Guinea. The lottery rolls on. And up next, Alhaji Malang Dabo. Alhaji Malang Dabo to step up here now for Senegal. Just taking his position. Instructions coming in here from Sulemane Toure. Quite a bit of the run. He's taken himself quite some space to make the run up. Slow trot. Dispatch to the left. Goalkeeper wrong-footed. It's a bit embarrassing when you point to that spot and that's where he goes and you just were firmly rooted. That's a well-dispatched penalty, and those are nerves of steel from Dabo.
Yeah, you must have the nerves to do this, you know, and the way
Have a look at it. Oh, he had already made his decision. He had already made his decision to go the opposite direction.
Wow. He couldn't do anything. There was no idea where he was going to kick the ball.
So 2-2 it is. And now time to take a few notes. Oh, he did check the notes.
As he was confused.
Quick penalty. That's dispatched. Didn't even make the step back.
Wow. These boys are doing well, huh?
Now, talk about not wasting time here. Just really getting on with the business. And that was a well-dispatched penalty by Mohamed Diallo. David has barely put a foot wrong. Yeah. Right in the instance, didn't give even the goalkeeper a chance.
Yeah. Similar to the previous one before this, the Senegalese one. I mean, they don't know where to go. They were confused. They composed and they're doing well. I mean,
3 for Guinea, 2 for Senegal. Chance now to pull clear, or a chance to level. It's Sidi Diaye who came on as a substitute in this particular matchup. On a long run, dispatches it right down the middle. The goalkeeper, well, saw it coming, tried to get there. That shot was really powered, nearly ripped the riggings right off the net.
Sometimes when you're confused and you don't know where to put the ball, that's what you do. Straight shot, and you know definitely the goalkeeper will move. Just in the middle. Went through the middle, and that's it.
Goalkeeper attempting, just realizing that he had already moved from the spot where the ball was heading.
If he was standing, he would get it easy, but definitely the player was aware he was going to move, and that shot through the middle will always do.
3-3, and the coaches now realize this is where it could all come crumbling down on them. They need to hold their wit. And up next is Siaga Sila.
Have you noticed something? They all raise their hands. I don't know why.
Must be a prayer, and that's the easiest I'd put it. Ooh, strikes the upright. And just like that, Guinea find themselves in a little tricky spot here. Siaga took his time, took the run. I'm not so sure the goalkeeper had that covered. Penalty well taken, but not quite accurate. And now, if Senegal can go ahead and dispatch this one, then they will be in the lead for the first time in this game.
Yeah, it's an advantage for them, you know. This also takes nerves, a lot of nerves, for you to come and score.
Mamadou Diang Ba. Big responsibility, doesn't seem phased here. Slow run up, taking his time. Ba dispatches it right into the hands of the goalkeeper. And we're still level, still not separating these two sides. A fine, fine save there from Sulemane Toure. And the advantage that had been established here by Senegal is quickly gone in a poof of smoke.
That was a poor one. He made it also too obvious. It was easy for the goalkeeper to get it. He was there. He didn't show anything. And you know, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes advantage to score, to lead, can be a little bit of, can take your nerves out.
5th penalty. Chance to win it here. Dispatch of this and save your own, and you are in the clear. Ibrahima Sako stepping up now. Shot run, good take. Technique, quite unorthodox there, but gets the job done. And Guinea have done their bit. It's now down to their goalkeeper, Sulemane Toure. If he can have a grip on this one, if he can make a save here, if he can force his opponent not to put that to the back of the net, then Guinea will once again be the first name that is on the list for the final. The task to keep Senegal within the running falls squarely now on the shoulders of Mohamed Ndiaye. Ndiaye must simply score this one if they are to progress. Takes the penalty! And it's over. It's done. Sulemane Toure with 2 penalty saves. Well, makes his mark on the game. Ladies and gentlemen, the defending champions will once again head straight to the finals and still in the running for the 300,000 cash prize. Celebrations galore, redemption for them. For Senegal, played a tight game, were the better team for larger spells of the entire match. In the end, that is the cruelty of the penalty. A real lottery. Disappointment here for some, joy and ecstasy. A chance to defend the crown they won last year. They'll go about it once again this year. It had to come down to the lack of the penalties. Full time. It is Guinea 4, Senegal 3 on penalties.
It all comes down to the little things. An inch, a stretch, a push. All that stands between you and what's meant for you is one small step. Take the next step.
It's over, penalty shootout. Guinea that goes through. They are into the final. Something that Daniel Amokachi would know quite a bit about getting to the final. And, of course, watching goalkeepers save penalties. Man, we're being entertained. We're enjoying ourselves. Welcome, first of all, to the build-up. Daniel the Bull Amokachi, what did you make of the tournament so far?
My pleasure. I'm honored for you having me on the pitch side. You know, it's football is football. You know, you can never get wrong, no matter how the age group You know, you just have to enjoy football. And so far, so good. You know, both male and female, I think they've displayed some talent. And of course, we're not going to run away from the fact that it's, you know, it's work in the making. So, but the tournament will still improve. The players, the quality, all will definitely improve some more.
Well, Coach, we have another game coming in. What do you expect to see in this one? Possibly another penalty shootout?
My prediction's out the window.
I know. Not doing too good, but it's an interesting one, this next one.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, really. Tanzania, hopefully as a host, they'll be able to go.
Amokachi, which is the team that's stealing your heart so far in this tournament, if there is any at all?
Yeah, well, you know, I was looking at Senegal, but Senegal, they just got knocked out. But Guinea looked far more a better team. But my main concern, I'll keep repeating it, you know, we have to, the federation have to work on, you know, age cheating because, you know, under 15 should be under 15. And the last game that we just saw, you know, Guinea, Senegal, they don't look 15 to me. Forgive me, but that's just the way I see it, and we have to work on it.
All right, Amokachi is sparing nothing and coming out guns blazing. Let's see between these two teams who comes out guns blazing. We're about to hand you over back to the commentary team of Jermaine Agesa and, of course, CK Akanor or Simpio, who is actually Coach Simpio, who's going to be joining the commentary team as we say goodbye to the legend, one of the 4 legends who have joined us at the Africa Schools Football Championships 2024. That is Daniel Amokachi. Agesa, back to you.
Have you caught your breaths? Are you not entertained? We are not slipping up a bit and straight to the second semi-final. We know one part of the jigsaw. The other part is starting here. Tanzania takes on Benin. And it's just that one goal that they've scored in the entire group stages. Scored there by Peter Abrugasti, who gets to start tonight and will be in that lineup putting out shot number 17 as they get to take on the team that topped the pops on the other end. That is Benin, or actually came second on the other end, as they will get to tackle out issues out in here. Center referee today, Mohamed Sane, all the way from Gambia. Will be assisted by Tsero, all the way from Madagascar, and Jabeth Eli Ojilong from Uganda. The 4th official, Toure Habib from Senegal, as we get the pre-match rituals done and dispatched with. Benin have a couple of options that they will play with today, but the biggest threat arguably will come from shot number, who will definitely be the one tasked with dispatching goal 3 here so far notched up in this tournament. And of course there'll also be the captain Abdoulaye Assani, who's also been able to get among the goals in there. But how about the man that will definitely be coming off the bench in there? You do have Hamadou, shot number 6, as well as number 16, Brace Mpo. It's quite the array here. 2 teams that play almost a similar style, very tactfully adept when it comes to the defense. But a lot, of course, for me, of attention may end up being on this team that is known as Tanzania. They will be playing a very unorthodox 3-5-2 formation. Unfortunate, I won't have to delve into these technical nitty-gritties because Sipiwe joins me in the commentary box. Well, that must have been breathless on the touchline. And we're straight back into the furnace. Talk to me about this tactical setup, 3-5-2 for Tanzania.
It's the second team we are seeing that employs the types of tactic and formation, 3-5-2. I think today, Guinea, we saw them go with a 3-4-3, which didn't really work out much for them. But this Tanzania team, as the host, I think they will look at themselves and say, if we have a 3-5-2, we have already 2 strikers up top. We don't need to play a counter-attack so much. And it makes it difficult for the team that is defending to even be able to have enough support when they're defending or when they're building up, that is Benin, to have enough time because the 2 strikers will be pressing them up.
It's a 4-3-3 for their opponents, Benin, who are clad in all yellow. While, of course, the hosts, Tanzania, do have the blue and yellow strip in here, and the action fast and raging on. Not so sure anyone had a chance to go and grab some refreshments right from the penalties, straight to game 2. This is what you live for. Chance to get forward. Player brought down. It's a good call from the referee there as Aronia is already beginning to make his progress up front. Naziro Aruna. And the Benin coach there, Salifu, up in arms. I wouldn't really envy any of the coaches right now. There's still quite a bit of tension out on that pitch with what we just witnessed from the penalties.
100%, and I think as a coach you are telling them, take your chances. You don't want to see yourselves in penalties. More than anything, don't concede. And if you're looking at a Benin right now, we know against Guinea in the first game, they were able to score in a corner, and this free kick could be a chance. It's a half chance. Set pieces are half chances.
Benin, whip it in, looking for a chance to finish it off. Well, should have taken that chance a lot better. Had a good sprint, was an open fifth. Actually, I would say one-on-one with the goalkeeper, and you merely back passed.
Open your foot. He tries to go with his outside of the foot. Open your foot. It has more power and more direction.
Brilliant pass here. Chance to take the shot. It's blocked away. It was an excellent take. Player goes down. This is getting really physical, really fast here. Both teams leaving nothing to chance. I must say the adrenaline really must be flowing right after what we witnessed. I think it might serve for the coaches to urge the players to calm down, stick to the game plan.
You are not sure which calm down with the, interpret to say calm down, breathe, so that you have enough time to think and choose the correct option and decision, especially when you get into the final third.
I'm not so sure they'll even still remember the game plan right now. It must be all out in there. The finals right next to you, and it's just you taking on your opponents and getting yourself a chance to get there. Eklo is one of those that is intent on making his presence felt. 3 goals he already has to his name here for Benin. Now they have a corner. Tachiona. Sumairo Tachiona. Have to be careful as well. Doesn't want to get a booking in this game, lest he misses the final. As the ball is waved in. Not a very good one, but they still have a chance. The return ball equally wasteful. 3 minutes. Tanzania 0, Benin 0.
The beauty of seeing Tanzania play with this formation is that it's a familiar formation that Benin has seen against Guinea, and they lost 2-1, but they know how to play against a 3-5-2. And you can see already they are in charge and in control of the matches, to say they are not allowing Tanzania to have time and space on the ball, which means they really want to see themselves playing that first match, a repeat of the first match against Guinea. But Tanzania will not just sit back and say, as hosts, we'll let you have it easy. And I hope they settle in very quickly, because 20 minutes runs fast, especially when you know who you will be facing in the final.
Well, for Benin, one thing is pretty clear. It brings back stark memories of how they lost that game. A penalty, cruel penalty in the dying minutes, just as a cruel mistake here could bring them problems. A shot in and a powerful save here from Tanzania's goalkeeper. Brilliant save right on the button here from Mujahid Juma, or as is better known here, Jaidi. A brilliant back heel. And how is that? Full stretched and top class, top draw goalkeeping.
It's not even a miss, it's a save. And I don't know if I must elaborate further. It's not a miss, it's a save. He took his time, plugged it, pick a spot and all of that, but the goalkeeper was up to the task. That save is a brilliant save, because he's saying, I need to make sure it doesn't even go into a corner. Let me catch this and give my team a chance to build up from the back, and we go forward. And I'm looking at this Benin team. They really wanted more. So far, they've been ultra-attacking. It's like they've just been waiting for Guinea and Senegal to finish penalties and then kick off.
Well, head coach Elineza Nicolas will be very pleased with the first 5 minutes, especially with the exploits of Juma. Mujahid, fine save. Now Tanzania will get a chance to try and land a blow of their own. They have a corner kick. Well, it's actually a throw-in. Lengthy one, pop towards the box area. The defense gets it clear, but not far away. Good shot. Well closed down. Quite a thicket of bodies in there. It's going to be hard to get the ball away, but skipping away from 2 challenges is right the way to go about it. That cross, but it's one he won't really want to look at in the highlight reel.
I've realized a lot of these youngsters probably going back home, the coaches need to look at these clips because these games will be there on KEF TV and look at aspects that you can improve in your game. How were you building up under pressure? And when you go on a break attack, the technical abilities, how did they help you as a team? Because that cross could have been a chance.
Well, they do have another chance here to make amends and a brilliant sidestep. Now looking to cross the bowling. Well, that could have easily been an own goal. Lady Luck here coming quite in clutch for Benin. But how was that to set up play, seamlessly moving here? That is supreme confidence in ability. That right there for me could have won the match.
It could have easily won the match, and Abel, how he crosses that ball, it's easy to do an own goal with that cross that comes. Waist height, will you head or kick?
Brilliant whipped in cross from Abel Samson. Now flying away, Tanzania. By no means not willing to take this lying down. Big words, not exactly big words, but comments on the fact that they got here by virtue of their being hosts. Well, I don't think that's a tag that can be taken anymore. They're giving as good as they're getting.
It's really important because that opportunity comes and you need to show up as the host.
Yeah.
And so far, I think they've done well, both the boys and the girls, because they are both in the semi-finals. And Tanzania girls are the defending champions. So you need to show up and show off that, yeah, we didn't play the qualifiers, but we are here as hosts and we'll show you how to be in Zanzibar, how to be a Tanzanian playing football. And so far, they just need to get more confidence and be repetitive.
Shot from distance, speculative, still. Jahid will take nothing to chance. He's a very agile and a very alert goalkeeper. Quite commendable. He's keeping his focus on the game. 8 minutes. Fast flowing here. We might be down to 12 in just a bit here. Still goalless. Tanzania nil. Benin nil. Waiting at the final will be the defending champion, Guinea.
Jermaine, I'm looking at Tanzania. Yes, they have a 3-5-2 going on, but they are looking to have 5 at the back more than the 3. Because look at the numbers going forward. They are slowly flocking in there.
And once again into the box area, but a last-ditch interception. And that should be a goal kick by all accounts here. He was really looking to make his mark, and looks like a corner might be given. What a chance there. Oh my, he was clear on in. Abogasti Peter thought he had the marking of the goalkeeper. Was opening up the body right there. Another look at it. Gets a stroll in. That is a last-ditch interception. Now they have a corner. Brushed in, and it does the damage. From the set piece, they will not be denied. And they're now dialing home and letting everybody know that in Zanzibar, they have 1 foot firmly planted on staying rooted in the stadium to the finals. And the girls say, hold fort on that end. We're right behind you. Tanzania 1, Benin 0. Peter Abogasti denied from open play. Won't be stopped on the set piece.
Technical ability. Look at him, how he jumps, he directs the ball. He knows exactly where the goals are at. And for me, it's not the rush to going ahead of the ball. It's timing to say, I know where it's going to land. And it's difficult to defend a corner from there because that defensive organization, you are hoping that the ball goes long into the last pole when you're a defending team that is Benin. But if it comes first pole, you touch him, it's a penalty. It's either you stand alongside him, and half the time, they don't put the best headers there in front of the goals to defend a corner. So kudos and good of Tanzania to take advantage of that.
Well, the goalkeeper will look back at that instance and he found himself in no man's land. He needs to do better. You cannot come off your line and get caught with nothing to do and no advantage. You're the only player allowed to use your hands, but they even then didn't come up with any help to you in that instance. Long surging ball forward. Tanzania in the lead, been very notorious for taking their victories with a solitary strike. We've seen that with the ladies on numerous occasions. When you look at the fellows here, that is the young lads, well, they beat Uganda 1-0, drew with Senegal 0-0, Similar pattern to the girls, because if you look at the girls' path, well, they beat Morocco 1-0 and beat Congo 1-0. Press tight, that means at the back, pretty solid, keep clean sheets in all their matches. They are yet to concede, both Tanzanian teams. And once they get a chance to go to the lead, then you really have your back against the wall. Benin is about to find that firsthand.
Coaches will always tell you attackers win you matches, but defense wins you championships. And that is exactly what this Tanzanian team knows how to do. They keep it clean, and in keeping it clean, you gain confidence in going forward, because as a coach, you know that the defensive organization is what you teach a lot in the team. But attacking, you don't teach it because it's intuition. It's a player being clever. It's a player being creative enough on their own. You just guide them going forward. So it's really impressive of Tanzania to say, if we don't win a match, let's rather draw with a clean sheet. That is very key.
Well, hefty challenge here, and there'll be a free kick awarded to Benin. But for Benin, probably should have had their notes very, very clear. Only one player has scored for Tanzania, and he's done it again against them. Should have been there. Should have seen the writing on the wall.
Should have, would have, could have. Sorry, it's 1-0.
Free kick for Benin. Been one of those teams that has been able to bounce back from a deficit, despite the fact that they once again went ahead and lost it, but gathered themselves up, worked immaculately well to stay in the tournament all the way to the semi-finals. You can guarantee not going to be very happy to settle for a third place playoff. They'll still have quite a couple of minutes here to work their magic as a ball is brought in, and again poor goalkeeping, and Tanzania double the tally. This is quickly running away from the guests here, Benin. Hamisi is putting them to the sword. Physicality, sheer accuracy of the cross. It's a team that's in sync and is giving the Tanzania 2, Benin 0.
That's how you play as a host. That's definitely how you play as a host. And that save from the goalkeeper is what has kept them in the team, in the match, and gave them confidence to say, if we are not aware, Benin is going to score. And look at how Tanzania takes their chances. It's that quality of a cross that comes in, and that bravery for me to say, I see a cross coming in, let me just throw my body in there. It's the fearlessness. When you're an attacker, you just have to close your eyes. Well, keep one eye open so that you can still see the ball and track it and be able to go in there. For me, it's the communication between the defenders and the goalkeeper to say, and you mentioned it nicely, Jermaine, to say you're a goalkeeper, you have an advantage of using your hands and maybe your mouth a little bit more to say, keeper's ball.
Well, he came out and he was shocked. There was an attacker behind him that was going to get to the ball after he failed. Must be really having a nightmare. But one man that will sleep peacefully with this kind of display is in the stands. The head coach of the Tanzania national team. Morocco is watching this game. I guarantee he'll be very, very pleased with the display from these boys. Dominant, ruthless, clinical. Right to the button.
This Tanzanian team is too matured for my liking, Jermaine. I need to mention they're too matured for my liking. Too matured for my liking, simply because you can see there's a difference between players that, I said players must make mistakes, but these guys, there's no room for error for them. They are precise. They know exactly what they are doing. Get the ball played on the flank. There's two strikers that are running off the ball. One pulls the center back, the other one receives. If a cross comes in, don't take too much time. Finish your action. When we send it forward, finish your action. It's either a corner, it's a goal first, a corner, a free kick, but finish your action.
You could say very old heads on very young shoulders here for the Tanzanians, and that's precisely what you want to see harnessed fully from this tournament. They have to be able to play and realize it's not kickabout anymore. This is the big time. Welcome to where the big dogs roar.
$300,000 at stake.
Not pocket change, nothing to play with. And right there in the VIP, hefty discussions ongoing. I can guarantee you a couple of scouts must be also paying quite a bit of attention right now. This is some fine football. 5 minutes left. Ooh, that was a reckless challenge, and that could definitely and will definitely draw the referee's attention. It's a yellow card for Amino Gomina. Sliding in recklessly, but Those are signs of frustration now beginning to creep up in the Benin camp. 2 goals down, first half almost done, and the hosts are literally taking you on a joyride. I just want to keep the temper in check.
And it's the calmness for me that needs to come. You spoke about the calmness to say everybody calmer. And when you're calm, it's easy for you to think and organize your team. I think the Benin coach needs to remind his players to say, yes, it's 2-0, but you still need to be calm because let's decrease the chances of us losing this match, but instead make sure we get positives, a lot more positives, and consistently. Then we'll create our chances better, even go on a counter.
Free kick, John Shebuge to take this one, the captain, and he'll fancy a chance, but the wall hasn't been breached there. Does its job pretty well. The ball goes over the line for a throw-in. Well, either way you look at it, you going ahead to reduce the numbers for your team down to 10 men with a 2-goal deficit doesn't help in any way here. It's simple mathematics.
Time has flown really fast. Maybe it's Tanzania that's time is going twice as much. It's not a per second, it's per 2 seconds. But it's the flair that we are seeing. It's the speed, the intensity that we are seeing. And you spoke about it from the very first whistle to say it's like these two teams were just waiting for the referee to blow the whistle for game over in that matchup, especially after those penalties. But I'm really enjoying the intensity. The only thing that needs to happen is that these players need to make sure they get to the ball first. They move out of the way, especially defenders that kick you. You don't want to see yourselves going into the final with injuries, especially with key players.
John Shebuge brought down. The captain starts off the movement again. I think it's what you said. They finished the movement here for Tanzania, and that's the reason why they seem to have an almost half a second advantage on their opponents. They just seem to be seeing the game slightly faster than Benin, and Benin needs to catch up.
Everybody gets behind the ball. I said to you, they are playing with 3-5-2, but they have 5 at the back. Look at the numbers that we are seeing right now. It's 6-7 players against 2 in picture of Benin. This is a team that is leading. They are not leaving anything to chance. It means they say to themselves, we all attack, we all defend, but more than anything, tactical discipline is going to be key to make sure you keep the lead.
Well, they're also not afraid to get a little dirty. They have 3 fouls here to the 1 for Benin. Everything is literally scripted. The defender sticking to his lines here, has options, has support, able to play to the back. The clearance, not the best. Benin could have had a chance there to cover up, but much finer clearance here affords Tanzania some breathing space. Really curious if they can keep up this intensity for the next 20+ minutes that they have to play. Of course, 22 minutes that are still left to play. Really playing at very high octane.
I think they will be able to. Looking at the time, normally it's 45 minutes that you have to play, and by the time you get to match minute 70, you are exhausted. There's subs that need to come in. But 40 minutes, it's 1/2 that you get to play, because I would love to assume that these players, with the maturity they have, the tactical and technical excellence that they have, they spend more time playing the match and trying to improve their game as much as they can. Benin, however, I'm looking at them and I'm thinking about the match that they played against Guinea. They only woke up in the second half when they scored that 1 goal to equalize.
Well, here comes a chance, skipping away from one challenge, trying to dally his way past the second. Fred Musota, just unable to slither his way into that box area. As the ball is played back to the goalkeeper, Mujahid Juma set the tone rolling with that magnificent save earlier on to make sure his clean sheet is still intact. And now Benin will have their backs against the wall and have it all to go about with. Throw in, hacked clear, not quite accurately, and more territory gained here by Benin. This might be a chance now to fling bodies forward and try to use largely a numerical high press to, well, salvage some form of advantage here. Cut back towards the box area, might fancy a good cross in, well done, but tactical discipline key here for Tanzania, and it's enough to see them halfway through the game and half into the picture for the title this time round of this year's edition of the CAF African Schools Championship. Brilliant performance there from the team altogether, managing to get themselves in the lead. And who else? Peter Abogasti giving them the lead earlier on in the game before a mix-up between the defense and the goalkeeper. allowed Hamisi, the poacher, exquisite to get in and just finish it off in sublime style. For Guinea, there will be no heading back to the tunnel. Right by the byline, the instructions will be given. It's halftime at the new Amani Stadium in Zanzibar. Tanzania 2, Benin 0.
What do the numbers tell us? Well, the most important numbers tell us that Tanzania are the better team after 20 minutes. 2 forwards, 2 goals, too much to handle when it comes to Tanzania as Benin trail this one at halftime, 2 goals to 0, 60% of possession going to the home side, and it can show you everything you need to know about this particular game. 2 shots on target to 1. Twice as good Tanzania have proved, and I am just waiting to get the thoughts of Coach Simpiwe and Coach Akonor. The scorers are Yusuf Hamis, who scores the second goal, which followed Peter Andrew Arbogasti with that opener for Tanzania. We have not had the pleasure of watching the home side play. They have been playing on a different pitch, which is behind us, but now you and I have watched them live on CAF TV. What did you make of it? We're on social media and we can't wait to hear your opinions. But for the instant reaction, I have 2 coaches, one of the girls under 17 team in South Africa and one formerly of the national team of the Black Stars. Coach Simpiwe, I'll start off with you. What did you make of the game?
I am seeing a very mature match. And I'm seeing a very mature Tanzania side. They have not considered a goal in this tournament. Yep. They are similar to what we saw yesterday from Uganda. The difference is that technically and tactically, Tanzania is very organized. They are bullies on the pitch.
Oh, yeah.
They go for the first ball. They go for the second ball. They are playing 3-5-2 at and that 3-5-2 quickly turns into 5 at the back when they are defending and makes it difficult for Benin to go on there. This goal for me, yeah, that's jackknife, technique, jump higher, and he knows exactly, Peter, he knows exactly where the goals are at, and because he's at the first pole, nobody's picking him up, and he just jumps, timing of it to say it's curling to his head. Look at that, he jumps, he knows where the goals are at. Where is the goalkeeper going also?
This is the first time I've seen them, and I must be honest, we've not seen any team that is organized like them. Like they've played. They're well organized. I mean, when they start from developing the attack everywhere, they're able to pass the ball. And even free kicks, they know what to do. And so it's been wonderful to see them play.
Just looking at the keeper there, Mark Fatalu, for this Benin side, could he have done more?
I don't think he could have done more, except he goes out to a ball that is an outswinger. It's moving away from him. That's the first mistake. Second thing is that he's not sure if he'll get them. And the third thing is that there's a player in the first pole for him that is helping him defend. If he would have stayed in his goals, he could have caught this ball easy. But he jumps, he goes there, and he goes across that ball that comes in from Peter, because he's not aware, he doesn't see, he doesn't time it right to say, let me stay in the goals, let my players pick up, then I can go for that ball. It comes easy. He could have easily handled that ball, but because timing, experience also is what made it difficult for him.
Well, second goal, just questions all over about the defensive pairing of the center halves as Yusuf Hamis comes in for a tap in. What did you make of that play?
It's important for a striker to watch your immediate surroundings, what you're doing, how you can be free. You look at Haaland, that's the perfect thing he does. And this is what the guy did. He saw the people, there were 3 people around him, but he managed to get a goal because he was moving right.
Again, my question will be, could Mark Fatulu have done better as a keeper? Because again, comes out almost indecisive and figures, should I come, should I go, do I change my mind there? A little bit of a stutter and open net.
He's right to go there, except he wouldn't have been forced to go there if he would have said to his defender, pick up, man on, watch a runner. And immediately also he needs to have an open stance. Open stance means that he can see the players that are coming in, he can see the cross of the ball, but his body is so closed off that he can only see the cross of the ball. He cannot see his defenders, he cannot see the striker that's coming in as well. That speaks to positioning again. Poor judgment from him, poor organization from him, and then we take it to the defenders, coach, to say the defenders themselves, what are they defending? They have the numbers, but what are they defending?
Yeah. I think it's also important to also recognize the kick. First of all, it's similar to the corner kick. It's deceiving the goalkeeper, believing that he could get it, but as the ball comes, it's curling away from him, and that is also the problem. The same way they cross the ball to get a goal. So it's also the credit to the one who is kicking the ball, deceiving the goalkeeper that yes, I can come in, and then afterward you realize that no, I can't. And that is the calculation is making wrong.
And I like what you've just said, Coach Simpiwe, because the more I look at that replay again and again, the more I realize he was actually caught doing what most of us as fans do. He was caught ball watching, and by the time his vision opened up to where his defenders are and where the next threat could be, he's chasing the game.
He's chasing the game, and at this level, you'd expect something like that from a young goalkeeper who's 14, 15. And I would love to assume that they are 14, turning 15 by the end of the year. But for me, it's also the defensive organization of Benin. They are not showing up the way they did against Guinea.
Yeah.
And that tells you also they are bullied on the pitch by an organized, a overzealous Tanzania, a very creative, a very strong physically and all of that Tanzania that they can't even think to see a chance of going forward.
Absolutely. Well, it's been bullish Tanzania in the first half. We don't exactly like bullying, but on this pitch of play, that's out the window. Can they survive the next 20 minutes? We're about to find out.
Second half set to get underway, and Benin just had a steamroller run right over them in the first 45 minutes. Will the second half bring up any differences in perspective to the game? Well, that is what is set to ensue as we start off here with a substitution, and looks like Faton is about to be brought into the game. They'll try to figure out who exactly will be the player to exit, and still can't make up their minds on who exactly will be the player that will exit. And there you go, confirmation. It will be Samuel Fiogobe as the man that leaves the pitch here. Can they come up with a master stroke? They've come from down on several occasions. They've been able to battle back and bring themselves back into the game. This Benin side were beaten narrowly 2-1 by Guinea, beat South Africa 1-0, and had a romping handed over to Libya. And now they face what arguably could be their tallest order to get back to the game. Having been 2 goals down, how will they react in the next 20 minutes that form the second half? Well, we don't have to wait too long, as the referee is set to get this underway in just a bit. Second half is off. Tanzania leading by 2-0. How will they approach the game? Big questions here. For Benin, it's a race against time. Building from depth. Denon is actually out on the wing. Chona looks to cross the ball through the midfield, and the captain here won't let that happen. John Shebuge. Once again, imposing his will in that midfield, John Shebuge, but this time the referee feels it wasn't fair, so it's a free kick that's handed over to Benin. There's going to be need for urgency with every move, with every ploy, with every plot and every play for this Benin team. You must now play like you have only 5 minutes in the second half. Ball nudged out. That's a throw in. Benin trying to hurry and rush the game along. Getting onto the ball. Setting it up. Chaona just couldn't get to that ball in time. And, there's a player on the ground. Bit of frustration now from the Benin players, wondering if it's just a simulation that is or a delayed response just to ban the clock. Either way, Abel will not be very pleased with the insinuations that were made here. Big kick, get it away. A little 10, quite muted start to the second half compared to what we saw in the first half.
I think, you know, when you go into the halftime, there's a disruptiveness that comes with, you know, dropping of the intensity, dropping of the heart rate as well. Now, when you have to pick it up, it's not the same as when you are starting the match off, when you are kicking off from the beginning with the adrenaline and all of that, you know, except the losing team is the one that needs to start the second half with so much energy because they need to equalize, they need to score a goal, they need to make sure that they get back into the match. And so far, I'm looking at this Tanzania team and I'm just seeing them. They are so calm. They know that they've scored 2 goals. It's not going to be easy for Benin to come back and score, especially with the defense of Benin that is not as organized, is not as confident as well with their goalkeeper. And when they do that, they are minimizing their chance of coming back into the game because Fatulu, for me today, he's shown so much weakness in not anticipating and seeing if a cross is curling away from him. That's enticing him to come out of his strong position of defending as a goalkeeper.
Well, John Peter Shebuge gets himself to the referee's book for that knee into the back of the substitute Faton. And now Benin have a chance. If they can half the deficit here, that would go a long way in, well, if anything, garnering belief for them. The fact that they could actually make the rarest of comebacks here. Cleared away. 20 minutes flying by at a breathtaking speed.
And Jermaine, when you speak about how they can come back into this match, they can come back because the same way that Tanzania scored the 2 goals, they can do the same thing by imposing themselves, denying Tanzania time and space on the ball. When they defend, they have to go in twos. When they win the ball, they have to move off the ball. But half the time, they find themselves standing, receiving on their foot instead of in space. Look at that. The precision of making a simple pass instead of trying to make an intricate pass that will make you lose possession easy. They just had it. Now they've lost it, they have to defend.
That's a clumsy challenge, and that's what you'll get when you are caught on numbers, and that's a free kick. And Chaona will once again also see the referee's card. And well, that's a little intricate here, especially when you consider the fact that you have quite a couple of players that are getting to the referee's book. Free kick coming up here. It's actually Yaho Kaugobu that is going to the referee's book. Did pick up a yellow card. Confirmation there. Now, questions now about to be asked about the goalkeeper. Is he ready to put the horror show of the first half behind him and now actually get to do the job? Mark Fatalo There's the wall up in front of him, but Tanzania have been precise at how they take their walk in here. Good free kick, inches away. Could have been better, but nonetheless commendable.
Eklo is on holiday in Zanzibar, not intentionally because he's not getting enough supply. We are not seeing him today. He's not going to be registering his name on the score sheet because Tanzania is seeing most of the possession. In the first half, we saw it was 60-40. Tanzania had most of the possession, and they were keeping it in order to score because that's the whole point. Keep the ball in order to score. Don't just keep it for the sake of it. If you are keeping it and you are unable to score, make it difficult for the opponents to go against you.
In that instance, one of the passes here totally baffles. What are you looking for? You have options right in front of you. Why would you bob the head to no one in particular? Ball flicked out. Now it's a chance for a throw in. Tanzania right now, just as we talked about their intensity in the first half of playing the game at almost 2 seconds per second. Well, now they are literally running the clock at that pace. It's quarter a second for every second. Slow it down, grind it out. It can be maddeningly frustrating, especially when you're trying to chase the game. And there you go, take their time, be as meticulous as you want with your preparations. Wouldn't be shocked if one of them kneels down to say a prayer before taking a free kick.
And look at the numbers that are still behind the ball. They leave 5, they are leading 2. They leave 5, so this 3-5-2 for them, it's not a 3-5-2, it's a 5-3-2. And in them making it a 5-3-2, they make it super difficult for Benin to find the space behind them, in front of them, even between them, because they are very compact. It's first man on the ball. They make it difficult. You said they are so bullying in that midfield where they say to you, if I can't get the ball, I'm going to get to your foot.
Well, at this point, there'll have to be considerations by the head. Card is now brandished out here for dissent. That is to the goal scorer, Hamisi. So both goal scorers have now gone to the book. The bigger question is, will there be a change in Coach Elianeze Nicholas's mind? He's captain, he's already booked, and he's really walking a tightrope. We just saw that is the referee in that instance giving him his final warning. Might want to take him out of the fire. You can't afford to lose him, especially heading into the final against the defending champion.
Absolutely. And this is what we are talking about. There's no need for Tanzania to play like that. Get the ball instead of getting the man, which means you are late. As much as they have 5 players behind trying to stay stable in defending, but they are not organized, because if you are finding yourselves late all the time, it means you're not anticipating the next move, you're not anticipating the next pass where it's going to come.
Fred Shadrack Mosota gets the yellow card, and yeah, wise move there. Captain taken off, and change made in here, and it's the substitute Hussein Hamis that is brought on. What was the smart play? What was the smart play there?
Salvage what you have, protect what you have, because there's a lot at stake. You want to go against a Guinea side that has a very confident goalkeeper, has a very confident defense, where today we saw them being tested, being able to say we start with 3, we go 3-4-3, even if Keita was not on song today, but they secured a win, and they will grow with confidence when it goes to that final, because now they'll be defending their championship. So it's going to be a very, 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 I'll tell you now.
John Peter Shebuge, confirmation there coming off as Hamis takes his place. The free kick taken, yields nothing. Needless to say, it's up the ante. You have 11 minutes left to play, Benin. Ball is in your court. Now going on with a little bit of aggression, and turns out to be a little bit more than the referee would have wanted. The night lights are on and bright out here in the new Aman Stadium in Zanzibar. It's a chance for these youngsters to get the real feel of how it will be for them if this is the path they carry on with. And I guarantee this is a path they should be carrying on with. This is probably the biggest platform you'll ever get to get an introduction to international football.
Absolutely, and I think also the level of competition where you get to play every single day, and I think they're able to still give us quality football, because it's only 20 minutes aside, you know, where they are competing. Imagine if they were to play 45 minutes you know, a match, or 90 minutes a match, then we'd have to rest, play a second day or 2 days later. But we don't have that much time, especially at this level. So I really, really need to applaud how the structure of the tournament goes. 20 minutes per side, per half, and then be able to just continuously go on the following day, compete, and still give us quality football. I like what you were saying. This is the introduction to international football. Now you will have so much experience at school football under 15. Internationally, you got gold, or you were in the finals, you were in the tournament. Under 17, you make it there. Under 20, when you get to the senior, you would have got so much experience internationally.
Fred Mosota was one of those that was taken off, and Juma coming in. Smart play again from the head coach, making sure that this player who has a card is taken off. We also did see in that sequence a substitution for Benin as Ridwane Yerima was brought into the game. Amino Gomina taken off in there. Now there's a yellow card, another one brandished, and looks like Yusuf Hamis is in some dire pain. And Asane Abdul Barione seems to suggest that maybe they need to get a stretcher so the game can carry on. And there you go, referee now acceding to the suggestion. So it looks like his teammate has quite a bit of extensive medical knowledge. Says not necessary. As a yellow card is brandished here to Vignon Denon.
I love what the referee is saying. You cannot treat this player on the field, let the stretcher take him off, because you treat him, you still waste more time on the pitch, and I cannot let you waste my time on the pitch. It's only 9 minutes left, maybe 8.
20 minutes in total, and rightly so, justified. Well, double substitution, and it looks like Tanzania having a double roll of the die, and we get to see Hassan Kizinga set to come on. Already had one of the subs rolling through. Benin, this is the best time when multiple substitutions and players being stretchered off, and a couple of players who are just coming in from the cold are trying to figure their way into the game, hit hard, hit fast, and get them into disarray.
Yeah, because the subs bring so much disorganization, where you still need to clearly establish your roles as a sub when you're coming in, unless if the coach says just go in the field and make sure we don't concede. Especially wanting to, you know, go through to that final with style, with a clean sheet as well.
Amban seems to be quite the hot potato now. Hassan Kizanga had it for a moment and now hands it over. It's really up for grabs. Meantime, we also got to see that is Salemani Juma is now the one dripped with the band. 7 minutes to play. Benin just can't find a way back. The will is there. The desire is evident. The actionable points to get it done, well, almost equal to a man who borrows to pay a debt.
Mentally, this Benin side is really, you know, challenged, because you can see that even when they go forward, you can't clearly see their patterns anymore. They're just kicking it forward, hoping that Etlu is going to be there to get that ball, but he can't go there on his own. He still needs their support. They need to keep possession. They need to play with confidence, because, you know, 5 minutes is a lot of time for a team that is trailing. And I'm saying it's a lot of time because you can score a goal a minute if you really want to see this happening. Because Tanzania scored 9th minute, 13th minute. That is 5 minutes in between. Actually, 4 minutes in between.
Yeah. No, they have a chance. It's not going to get any easier, especially when you have such clearances. Goalkeeper coming out now to play the sweeper role. Must try to keep it to the basics. You cannot afford to look for the spectacular. Let's go with the normal flow. Pick the passes, string them together like they're doing right now. Player goes down, turnover in possession. The goalkeeper now, Kamova has options to build from deep, opts to hack the ball clear forward and hope that the forwards will actually chase the ball down. Tanzania will have a much finer time here kicking that ball all over the place. As they let this one roll out, and that's a throw in. One of the substitutes in there. Idrissa Kilendemo. It's been brought on, and that's a foul.
This is a half chance. Benin need to breathe, think about it, orchestrate, and just take time. You know, because it's a half chance. Look how close they are to goals.
All of a sudden, there's a player on the ground. Not so sure I saw the incident that led to that.
I love the referee. He says, "Get up, come. I'll help you stand up," because
Antics, drama, and all. It's coming to a full show here.
he hits against the wall that brought him down.
Moments like this, I do remember those scenarios. I will tell you, if you didn't see the incident that brought me down, then you must be a sinner. Free kick, barely 5 minutes. A chance maybe to test once again the resolve of Jahid Hamis. Made a fine save earlier on. Here's another chance. Ooh. Well, got more oomph than precision into that. And in the end, just big glancing away. Mobine Ayamado came on as a substitute. Apologizing here. Well, running out of time.
Against a team that is very organized, that has 5 at the back. Sometimes they even deploy 7 at the back, and you just see the other 3 playing up front, and then the next 2 will join into that attack. But this is a Tanzanian team that knows exactly how they want to play. They are sure of their style of play, to say, let's get it, take it upfield, we win the second ball and play from there. They have no business building up nicely, patiently from the back.
Here's how they figure the maths. 4 minutes they have left to play. 2.5 of those minutes will belong to Tanzania. And that's how they've been playing the game. Just possessing it, denying you a chance to use it, and agonizingly squeezing you. Quite brings back memories of a boa constrictor, just slowly wringing the life out of Benin. Benin needed to shock them early, shock them now, just to get them have that small sense of self-doubt. They haven't given them a reason to doubt themselves. Supreme in their abilities and in the possibility that they are at the final. They foul. Time wasted.
This is where you now question the technical abilities of these players, and questioning it to say at least have some basics, not questioning if they can perform it at the highest level rapidly, but no, just basics of being able to control, identify my teammate, control with the correct part of the foot, pass with the correct part of the foot, and find a teammate. If I can't go forward, let's take it sideways. By the time I come from sideways, there would have been a chance for me to go forward. That's simple football.
The Tanzanian head coach there, Morocco, definitely will be pleased to see what the boys have put on display. Well, there's a substitution that's set to be taken. A substitution or a player stretchered off, and it looks like the minute he gets to the sideline, he's back on his feet.
He's
and he's ready to go. 2 minutes left, and like I predicted, 2.5 of those minutes of the 4 earlier would belong to Tanzania, and rightly so.
And you can add it to 3 because even Benin, when they have the ball, they just let it go in 2 seconds. I'm going to help count with you. As soon as Benin has the ball, okay, that was 1 second. You'll see now 1, 2, 3.
Long ball launched. You could count that one as a lost cause, because definitely that defense. Second chance, well, showing some tenacity here, trying to stay on the ball. Benin really finding themselves up against a brick wall here. Just can't break through, and Tanzania quite content to get the ball and play a bit of ring around the roses. Getting the ball to the flank, trying to express themselves now, Tanzania. This is their moment. They just need to, keep it going. To the back line. Ramadane. Chaona, which is a long ball forward, trying to hope. Well, you'd really need all these players to get towards that final third. If you're going to keep launching long balls there, you have a minute. If you really think it's the chance to pelt balls forward, then all hands on deck.
All hands on deck, really, because Tanzania is only sending 3 forward. The 7 are at the back, but Benin is only, look at that. The defense is 7, only against 2 or 3 that is coming through. Now, for you to be able to win a match or even keep possession, at least 5 seconds of keeping the ball, make 2, 3, 4 passes, you gain in confidence. Because when you do that, you're going to make the opposition to feel frustrated, and they're going to kick you. They're going to step out of their defensive organization, and then you'll find the spaces. But if you're just kicking it forward, you're playing into the hands of the defense, because Tanzania is happy. They stay there, they say, bring it into this block, we'll just deal with it and send it back to you, and we'll win the first and the second ball, because Benin has been outplayed, outclassed right now. I don't see how they'll come back into this game with so much time left to play.
Yeah, tongue-in-cheek. Well, there won't be any further time in here, and the second part of the puzzle has been complete. Hosts they are. At the finals, they now proceed to with a stunning display there. 2 goals to the good there, coming in from captain John Peter Shebu. That was actually striker that has been getting the goals for them, Peter Andrew Abogasti, scoring the first one, before we actually had Hamisi Yusuf Hamisi scoring the second. And for Benin, they've come dangerously close of writing their names in the echelons of this game, but for some reason it just won't be enough, and now they'll have to put their attention to the 3rd place playoff. Tanzania giving themselves a slick fighting chance, and it's tomorrow that they get to face off with the defending champions Guinea, just to figure out how well they have gotten in the game. For the moment, it's full time at the new Aman Stadium in Zanzibar. It's Tanzania 2, Benin 0.
There were just 2. Tanzania are in the final. The hosts will be facing the defending champions. And I am joined by our commentary team, stroke analysts, Simpiwe and Akonor. Guys, what did you make of that second half? A bit of a tighter performance from Benin, but ultimately too much to do?
Very, very well in the second half by way of defending. Very well. They had the numbers at the back, so there wasn't any too much issues with the way they defended.
All right. Now, Coach Simpiwe, we have a very big game coming up next. Morocco up against this interesting side. It's a fixture that we're waiting to see, because Morocco, from it, have conceded against Tanzania, beaten 1-0, conceded against Congo 2-1, but for Uganda, the only time that they've conceded is the only time that they drew 1-1 against South Africa, beating Togo 2-0, and Gambia 2-0.
I think I would be interested to see how the defensive organization of Morocco looks, because that Ugandan side, it has a captain that is fearless. She has the skill, she has the confidence to go forward, and so it's going to be key to see how also Morocco steps up and says technical ability, a tactical discipline as well, to show us football against bigger, stronger opposition when you are technically good. It would be interesting really to see how the two fare against each other.
Well, we will see how they fare. A goal against themselves against Tanzania. Can they hold their ground against another East African side? That game is starting now. Enjoy, Africa.
It all comes down to the little things. An inch, stretch, a push. All that stands between you and what's meant for you is one small step. Take the next step.
Semi-finals it is, and now we turn our attention to the lasses from two strong lands here. From the mountain of Atlas, Morocco gets to take on the young ladies all the way from the Pearl of Africa of Uganda. Morocco having quite a bit of a tall order getting to this point, beaten by Tanzania 1-0 despite showing some very tactical defensive display, and then going on to beat Congo by 2-1, and they'll be hoping for a similar run of the mill. But they come up against one of the very exciting sides that has been in this tournament, Uganda, that managed to get their way, beating Togo 2-0, beating Gambia 2-0, and drawing 1-1 with South Africa. A lot of attention here will definitely be right on the captain here of Uganda, shot 8, Shadia Nabidie, who's been in free scoring form. 3 goals to her name in this tournament, but neglect cannot be made to that shot number 10. But Cynthia Chirenga, who has an eye to pick goals from a distance. In all, a very compact and solid team that at any one point can draw on their abilities to really hurt any opponent here. Our center referee will be Solihat Yusuf, all the way from Nigeria. And will be assisted here by Aya Mosi from Egypt. Jacinta Makasa from Zambia is the second assistant referee. And we shall have the fourth official as Delacia Del Fatma from Angola to go ahead and assist out in the officiation. So it's pretty much rituals and all the friendly smiles. Well, some of them a little tense here as we get ready to get involved in the action and nitty-gritty here. Morocco will call on their talisman, Meriem Obella. She has flirted on and off in this tournament, but did get them some of the spoils in there. Well, tonight they'll be hoping she can bring her A game in here. And talking about A game, we definitely have in the commentary booth with me, Jermaine Egesa is the man who has seen it all, played for and managed the Black Stars of Ghana, Coach Charles Eke. Welcome back to the commentary booth. What are your anticipations ahead of this game?
Well, it's interesting to see how Morocco will defend. Morocco is well structured, but they've lost a couple of matches. And the Ugandans are very good in terms of the way they attack. They pack the middle and then attack very well. And so it's interesting how both teams will fare.
Well, Oman is one of those that will be tasked with making sure that she keeps that back line solid. A very tactically sound player. They have 2 at the back, 4 in the middle, and 1 up front. That is for Morocco. While for Uganda, it's 2 at the front, 2 in the middle, and 3 at the back as they start off today. Straight on the attack. The ball rolls out here. Obella, the captain of Morocco, looking to take that throw. Very passionate head coach here for Morocco, Jalida Nadir. And a chance and a straight take here. And Morocco will seem equally as shocked as everybody else. They have bagged the lead. I'm not so certain they had any 2 cents on how that just happened, but it has. Boumedi Insane, number 9, takes the lead. Surprise, surprise. Uganda, your backs are up against the wall.
My goodness. They became ball watchers. They were not aware of it. My goodness. Anyway, let's see how they go. But they've taken them by surprise, and it's important how Uganda will react.
Well, they must play as a team now, must have the cohesion to carry on as the ball rolls out. It would be pretty interesting to have a look at that again and how the whole incident came in. Ball chipped in. Player thought she was offside. Not the only one who thought she was offside, but everybody there literally watching as the ball simply tapped in. The damage was done. Was waiting for the offside flag. It didn't come up.
No, it wasn't offside. They were ball watchers. And unfortunately, it came from behind to finish the game, to score.
Well, a chance now for Uganda to try and get themselves to the lead. Oof, delayed approach in there, and the ball is actually just hacked clear. But they have a chance. Cynthia Chirenga scored a spectacular beauty here yesterday. And Uganda would gladly trade that now for a chance here.
She's the player to watch. She's very, very wonderful. She links up very well with the game, especially when the Ugandans are attacking.
Well, they have the signature throws. And Vanessa Namazi will be one of those that tries to get them up front. The goal scorer here, oh, it must be quite buoyed. Team Morocco must be quite buoyed by that, quite unexpected. I'm not so sure this is anyhow that they would have predicted this game to start, but here it is.
Not at all. Both of us, I mean, we were just watching, and all of a sudden, the cross and then the
boom.
Boom.
Into the midfield, Obela. Chance here to display her tactical ability as the ball is just given away by Shadia Nabidi, but she gets another chance here, and this time tries to hoist it forward. Defense needs to stay alert. The ball is pushed out. And the chance here to utilize their signature throw-ins. Lydia Namaseruka to deliver this one. Just look at how Uganda throwing bodies forward. It's a long throw. 3 minutes. Uganda already shell-shocked. They are on the back foot. Need to get themselves back into the game. Good technical turn away. The defense doing an admirable job here. This is quite commendable from Morocco.
Yeah, I mean, I said earlier, they're well structured. They've just been unlucky in their 2 matches that they've played. But I think they look disciplined and they look well organized. And so it's going to be difficult.
Malak Moman commanding that defense here, trying to make sure everybody keeps their watch on the game. It's to the far end, trying to get that header there, but just didn't do enough. Shadia Nabidie, the captain of Uganda. She's been their go-to person. She's been their ace in the deck. They'll need her to keep the free-flowing scoring that she's been in. And looks for the ball. Shadia onto the ball instantly. It looks like there's going to be an early substitution for Uganda. Okay. Remember, it's the rolling subs in here. And Ira Nabosa, who also doubles as one of the substitute goalkeepers, is set to come through. Here comes a chance. Cynthia tries to lace those boots. Teammates were hoping that she might cross. Well, she had assumptions that she could probably test out the goalkeeper. Going to find that this is a much more formidable opponent. Farah Elamrani through the center. Try to control. Namboze. Big frame here. Allows her physically to retain supremacy on that ball. The fourth official signaling that there will be a change in personnel here. And, well, it looks like it's Yusra Namboze who comes off, and in comes Haira Nabosa.
It's got something to do with, they have to react, and they know that they have only 20 minutes to go. The first half, they want to do something, reaction towards the game.
Chance to venture forward, but quickly ousted here. Trying to dribble too close to the byline. Vanessa Namazi will get the benefit of the throw. Lydia Namaseruka just tried to pick a few inches there, and then realizing it will be a free kick. 5 minutes, 40 seconds. Uganda 0, Morocco 1. Nabosa stacking that one away, and that's a throw-in now for Morocco. Good throw. Or was it? It turns out it wasn't. Throw in now to Uganda. Opposite direction. This is normally taken by Vanessa Namazi, and quick to the duties. Moman puts the head to that, puts that out. That's a corner.
The pressure is on.
It will be interesting to see just how the Ugandans deal with this backline. Raji and Moman have been colossus in that defense. It's almost hard to figure out how to beat them. Here comes a cross, looking for the far post. There's tagging here. Cynthia Chirenga is thinking the referee probably would spot that, but didn't happen. Free kick. This is Raje. Plays that through the middle. Quickly intercepted here by Uganda's Lydia Namaseruka. That's a throw in. This one dispatched off well enough. Back to Raji. Clears the lines. Picked up here by Uganda. Right at the edge there, Tracy Nabalanzi. Gets a free kick here for Uganda. Both teams, well, pretty agile and looking to get the game moving at a much faster pace.
Especially Uganda. They want to get the equalizer on time. And so they're really pushing. But of course, Moroccans are very well organized as usual. So it becomes a bit difficult.
It's going to be tough to break them down. This is Obela. Good skills here. Just flicks that ball from one end, switching lanes, and now picks up the teammate out on the wing. And the ball trying to find its way back to the skipper. That's a free kick. Undue aggression, according to the referee. So free kick here for Morocco. This is probably what they wanted. Just to have a chance to dictate play on their own terms. That foul there coming in. Malak Magout putting in a beautiful shift here at the moment. One of those players that covers every blade of grass. Now Uganda will have Ikoru Huda trying to instruct the team on how to step up. Free kick, Malak Moman. Could test out the goalkeeper here, but that ball just keeps rising. And will be a goal kick for Uganda. Started off in the same instance, even before the players get back to their positions, it's already back to action. Pass forward. He's trying to play on the wings. Probably a bit ill-advised. It's a throw-in. Making sure that this one is actually dispatched off well. Malak Magout.
They've really taken Uganda by surprise. I mean, the goal came too early for the organization and everything. And to get yourself together, to regroup and match them and score, equalize, it's not easy. It's not that easy.
Good take from Farah. Goalkeeper here. Looking to restart the game quite a lot. Skipping away from one challenge. Raji picks out support out on the wing. This is Magot. It looks to cross the ball in. A good play here coming in from Malak. Through the center, Moman being excellent in that back line. And now free kick given away. Nambosa has, well, for lack of a better word, been notoriously absent. Just as you could say, key player here for Uganda, Shadia Nabidie, the captain, has hardly gotten onto the ball.
No. He's been, but I'm sure they're aware. They're aware of the way he plays, she plays, and she's very, very instrumental in the way they play.
Well,
look at that.
The moment basically playing the layoffs here, just trying to get the rest of our teammates into the game. Belinda Hope Nabawanuka, latest here. Once again, getting onto the ball. Good touch, good technique, good control. Now they look to float the ball up front. Might be better sub trying to take that ball technically on the ground to the defense of Morocco. Not so sure you'll be able to beat them in an aerial duel.
No. They're well organized, but I like the way the Ugandans are playing with urgency. They know that they have to win. They're trying their best, they're pushing. And even if there's any free kick, they're quick to do it on time.
Looking to just chip this into the box, and the goalkeeper, very alert, just came out there and palmed the ball away off to safety. Uganda still in possession. Looking to get another cross in there. Cynthia Chirenga couldn't control the ball, and that will definitely be very, very painful here for Fatma Tahir. Not so sure it was premeditated, but put her body on the line, trying to prevent that shot from being taken, and in the end, that can be quite painful there to the calf or right at the heel, the foot there. To take the shot, and in the end, just blocked off. Uganda, Belinda Hope Nabawanuka hoped to get that one from distance, but just wasn't to be. Tahir back onto her feet. Olhobolov here to get some bit of extended medical attention. Momentarily, well, it's a rolling sub, so won't have to hurry back in. So Malak Laribi is introduced in her place. Malak Laribi, shot number 6, comes in for shot number 14, Tahir. Free kick comes to note for Uganda. Oof, attempting to get her dribble on, and now a chance here, but the ball is given away. It was good play here coming in from Raji. Raji back to the defense. No need to rush here. Obela, technically very gifted on the ball.
Yeah. She looks very comfortable on the ball.
Skills without question. Shadia Nabili just unable to make the correct contact with the ball. Quite a different player from the one we've seen in the past couple of days.
I mean, both teams are really, really doing well. Their two captains are very, very instrumental in the way they play. It's good, good.
Vanessa Namazi starts off the ball. Chance here to try and thread the ball forward. Shadia almost getting onto that ball. This one is hacked clear. No. First half steadily speeding by, and this is Shadia. Nabosa gets past her marker, tries to fancy a shot from distance. Just unable to keep that within the confines of the game. Have to go again. 13 minutes of the game played. Uganda 0, Morocco 1. Blitz of a goal. Literally caught everybody, including the goal scorer, by surprise. They have a chance, trying to play the ball in, trying to bring that ball to the ground. So it's going to be a losing battle. Once again, the applause here for Obela with just her switching lanes ability. Constantly sending players one way, then heading the other. That was not good awareness from Belinda Hope Nabawanuka. Just let the ball roll out. It's a throw in. Malak starting it off. That's a poor throw again by Malak. So it's a throw in for Uganda. We've been very good at the throw-ins. Namazi gets it forward. The ball is hacked clear, so it will be another take here for Uganda. Long throw. Become a very technical game. This is more like a bit more of chess than for football. That ball just whistles away harmlessly. Goalkeeper was watching that, Farah. And ball cleared away by Farah, the goalkeeper. Uganda in possession. Cynthia Chirenga looking to make the turn. Obela knows what she's capable of. Does not give her a moment's notice on the ball. Trying to take a shot. That one is out of desperation. Farah keeping the body right behind the ball. Farah Lambrani, goalkeeper here for Morocco. Ball rolls out. Obela not quite in a rush here to take that one. Merem Obela. Good touch. Silky skills here from Alubani. Our ball goes to the opposite flank. This is Bomedi. Goes to the ground. So more counters a throw. Throw in for Morocco. 5 minutes left to play. An ear quietness steadily enveloping the stadium. Ball is hacked clear. It's defense fast and very well drilled defense here. Morocco are.
That is the difficult part of the whole thing. Uganda will struggle to get a goal because they are well organized at the back. Well structured.
Second ball taken there well by Morocco. Goalkeeper Huda quickly releasing Shadia Namaseruka to the forward. Good pick up here by Shadia Nabidi. Player goes to the ground. Cynthia Chidenga. Looks like there might be a free kick here, and
she's really hurt.
Calls for the stretcher. Not one to really feign an injury, especially when her team is trailing. So
no,
could be an injury cause here or big worry here. That's just coming down. Well, again, not premeditated here from Rajier.
Yeah. Only intentional, but
nonetheless, doesn't stop it from hurting.
I hope she comes back because she's very good when they are going to attack. She's somebody who can score at any time.
Continues to writhe in pain on that stretcher. Barely stays still here. Oh, must be real painful here for her. Uganda will have to now make a substitution here for the moment. It's the beauty about the rolling subs. Switch as many times as you need. Now they have a set piece. Might be prudent, and there you go. Quick noticing that there's a player who is unmarked, and that is Shadia Nabidie. So it's a free kick. Vanessa Namazi, straight shot, straight to the goalkeeper. Straight down to the goalkeeper.
She could have done better.
Obela, this time opting not to bother with switching lanes. Clearly looks like the Ugandans were waiting for her once again to perform her party trick, and this time she just goes straight on with the business. It's a throw-in. Skipper, Obela. Diminutive figure with bags and bags of footballing IQ in her mind. Throw in for Uganda. Look to take it quickly. Shadia Bosa loses possession, but Uganda still have the ball. At least momentarily had it. Now trying to bring that ball under control. Just gives the ball away once again. It's trading possession right now between the two sides. Chip clipped forward. Moman marking her lines. Uganda looking to keep that in play. And now this one is picked up by Lydia Namaseruka. Dribbling her way forward. Nabosa. That was Nabidie. Well marked out here. That's a free kick awarded to Uganda. Bella, well, might have taken that ball a little more than she anticipated right to the midriff. But it's a thumbs up from the captain. She's ready to soldier on. Talk about putting the body on the line. Well, that actually did get to her hand, and that's what prompted the free kick. Chance to weave it in. Not going to win that battle. Moman keeps towering over every single player that gets anywhere near the box area. Throw in. Vanessa Namazi. Bubbly ball bounces away. Indecision here from Morocco. Ultimately thwarted clear. The ball bounces over the line. It's a throw in for Uganda.
Morocco has been defending very well. The attack is on them, but they are very strong in terms of how they defend.
To take this one quickly, but might have to stretch a little farther back. Instantly taken, headed out. Have to commend the alertness and concentration and dedication to detail here that Morocco possess. Look to close off this half powerfully as the shot comes, but it's off target. Still, Uganda can't find a way right back in this game. It's half-time, and for the Ugandans, they have been literally petrified. A very early showing here from Team Morocco, and one that literally had almost all of them in sheer disbelief that they had taken the lead. Isane Bomedi with a very early goal here for the Morocco team. And Uganda have been clawing, barking, knocking, and trying to find a way to unlock the defense, but to no avail. They have 20 more minutes right after this break in which to try and rescue their bid to head to the finals, or else it will be Morocco. That is the first name that registers their presence in this year's finals for the girls in the CAF African Schools Football Championships. Halftime at the new Amani Sports Complex. It's Uganda 0, Morocco 1.
Oh my goodness, it is 1-0 to Morocco, and what a first half. They have been absolutely sensational. 3 players who have absolutely dominated the game in that midfield, one of whom has scored, and it is 1-0 at halftime, courtesy of that Isane Bomedi goal. That cross coming in from Miriam Obella. There are 3 players I've mentioned. Mariam Alubani, another player that you can tell, Coach Simpiwe, and by the way, 1-0 to Morocco. Now Uganda are a goal down, and we are a man down because in commentary we will not be having Coach Akanor. It's just the 2 of us. But what a great game, what a great game, what a dominance in midfield from Morocco.
You asked me, in the first matches and all of that, and you said, Coach, how do you motivate a team that is smaller in stature and physically to go out and compete? And I said, technical ability is what's going to take them there. Mental ability to be able to overcome is what's going to take them there. And so far, Morocco is doing that. They've been one of our favorite teams in the tournament because of how young they look, how quickly they play. We haven't seen South Africa, Togo, and all the other teams, but this Moroccan side has really been incredible. They might have lost 1-0 against Tanzania in the opener, but you could see Magoud also on the left. On the right, she's able to play. On the left, that's where you get to see so much joy from this Moroccan side, because Obella, even, this is what she specializes in. That cross, it's a lofted umbrella pass. I call it an umbrella pass because how she lofts it in there. She plays it with so much style, precision to say she's pinpointing that cross.
Very little for the keeper to do, barely able to even puts a hand on it, but just couldn't keep it out. It was swerving away, came back in, quick reflexes, didn't know where that ball was until the final moment, and then just an easy goal for them. And as you pointed out, it's great to see Obella, Bomedi, and Alubani all playing great football. And it's almost like that triangle, whether they're going forward or they're trying to own the midfield, they're playing little triangles, and you can see the technical ability, and you can see why Morocco might just end up dominating male and female football for years to come.
The 2 centre backs, Moman and Dahari, they're making sure that they're stopping everything that's coming at them. And in them doing that, it means what? They're able to have the confidence. Defensively, look at them. They're never found with less numbers. They're always covering. One presses on the ball, one covers, and they're forcing you to take shots from far, which means you are playing into their hands. Remember, we did mention that Morocco is one of the most defensively organized teams in the tournament. That's why Tanzania couldn't pierce through them. And we even mentioned to say, would love to see how a Ugandan side can fare against a team like Morocco, because Morocco is very organized. They run for everything. They compete. The goalkeeper, for me, has been, standing out for them. She communicates. She makes beautiful saves. And that's what you want to see from a team like Morocco. Technically, they are showing Uganda that you might be bigger, you might be strong, but you are not as superior, because we are asking ourselves today, where is Nabiri?
There's a question. In fact, as here on pitch side, analyzing these games, looking at these young players, you can be tempted to side with the leading team, especially when they're playing well. And it's really hard right now to find many positives in the Ugandan side, but there are 1 or 2, especially defensively. They look a bit more physically capable. They're trying with the balls long, but Morocco are just holding the ball, putting it back on the turf, and that's where the advantage lays. So what does Uganda do?
I think Uganda, they need to go back to the confidence they had yesterday when they played coming through into the semi-final. They kept the ball, they were passing each other, they were playing with so much confidence. They need to do the same thing, but now they need to be quicker and deny Morocco time and space on the ball, especially when Morocco has the ball. Attacking for Uganda, it's going to be key for them to identify spaces as quickly as possible, because when they do that, Chico, it becomes difficult for Morocco to be able to defend with organization, because then Uganda is able to take shots from far. I mean, today you can also see that the combination between Kirenga and Nabire is not that evident because of how Morocco is denying them time and space. How do they do that? They are not allowing them enough passes between each other. They are making the field as small as possible. Out of possession, you make the field as small as possible. When you have the ball, make it bigger.
Make it bigger, make it bigger. And that scoreline could actually be slightly bigger if Uganda don't get their act together, at least defensively. How would you like to see them approach the second half?
I think play quicker. play quicker, attack as much as you can. Don't wait for 10 minutes. Go on. As the 21st minute goes in there, the whistle goes, go on. Put them under pressure. If you put them under pressure, they'll crack, because that's how Tanzania got to score that goal, because they were putting Morocco under pressure. That cross comes in, an own goal comes in with speed. That's the difference. So Uganda will need to dig deeper, find ways to go with speed, find ways to go and not rely so much on individual brilliance, because when they go with individual brilliance, Morocco is able to double up and deny them the opportunities to, go forward.
Absolutely. We're speaking, of course, to Coach Simbiwe from South Africa. They are up next after this game as South Africa take on hosts and defending champions Tanzania. And we'll be joined, of course, from another legend. You already saw Daniel the Bull Amokachi, former Super Eagle, in action. And we have another surprise from South Africa, and that is the former Banyana Banyana captain and amazing player, Amanda Dlamini. She'll be joining here, so it'll be an all-girls affair, so hopefully I won't have much to say. But for now, our attention turns back to this particular one. They are in unfamiliar territory, Uganda. They're used to winning Togo, Gambia 2-0, just a draw in their final game. Can they find a way back into this one? So far, not so good, but the problem is there's still 20 more minutes to play. Game on.
Unfamiliar territory, as pointed out there by Chico. Well, we might just add to that. This is the first time in this tournament that Uganda has been trailing. They are not used to coming from the back. Well, that's the only way that they will have to go about it this time round. And it's 20 minutes against a supremely well-organized and thoughtfully drilled Morocco side. Can that defense finally crack open, or will Uganda only stop at this stage and have to settle for third place playoff? 20 minutes that we do have in here before we actually get into the next match. Jermaine Egesa in the commentary booth. Joining me is Coach Charles Eke, as we prefer to call him here. And we're right back in it. Uganda looking to start off quickly here. Shadia Nabidi trying to chase that one down quickly as the ball is nicked out, and that's a throw in. Not to waste time. Vanessa, the long throw. Ball bobbed forward. Well, creative, but in the end, not doing enough.
Well, Morocco have managed to keep Uganda very, very quiet in the way they play. We saw them in their other game yesterday. They were wonderful. The combination from the midfield to attack was superb. But again, the organization of Morocco has really, really kept them quiet, and they're struggling to get a goal.
Well, in the meantime, the legends up in there watching Emmanuel Shea Adebayo, Amanda Dlamini, as well as the Black Bull, Daniel Amokachi, definitely in attendance here. They've had quite a couple of moments here to share with their expertise with the youngsters here, various occasions. Daniel Amokachi was one of those that was part of picking the draws with another legend who also doubles in another capacity in Jean Seninde. Very fine footballer, played for Queen's Park Rangers for quite a couple of years and is really involved with women's football development in Uganda. In the meantime, well, cause for worry here for Team Morocco. Well, that is the goal scorer, Bomedi, who's stretchered off here. A bit of a coming together. So the rolling subs will definitely come into play, and that's what they'll be hoping for.
Well, talking about Amokachi and the rest, I think it's really, really good stuff. And they've shown up, and the kids will always be happy to see them around.
It's a throw-in for Uganda. looking for a bit of urgency here, asking for the ball. Tracy Nabalanzi gets onto the ball, tries to whip it in. Again, that defense does what it has been credited by many for doing, shutting down opportunities. Nabosa, well, this is actually Shadia Nabidie, tries to find her way forward, and that's a foul on Obella. Bella is credited by many for being an offensive player and just her ability at creating chances, but today shows us a different side of her game. Supreme at cancelling out the best player for Uganda.
Exactly. They're doing well. The defensive organization has been superb with them. But it's important to Uganda also to realize that they don't need to be kicking the ball in the air because they are good. Morocco is very good in area situations.
On the wing, and that is some skill being displayed by Obella. Travella to cross from Obella. This one just doesn't have the same devastating effect as the umbrella one she had early in the first half. And this is a rare sight. We have barely seen him leave his seat. Coach Khalifa Chiyinji Ayub of Uganda. Right now you can feel the pressure is actually getting onto him.
Yeah.
The long throw for Uganda to the box area, looking for that far post and trying to flick that ball in. In the end, doesn't pay any dividends here. Hiram Nabosa just could not connect well enough with that.
Team Morocco is superb in the area ball duels. They've been winning almost everything. It's important for Uganda to put the ball down and rather play quick passing.
They also kept it very narrow in that box area. 4 players always congregating just around the goal, and it's hard to get even a whiff of the goalkeeper. Moman back to the goalkeeper, clears the lines. Uganda looking to pick the second ball, this time sluggish, and the ball is left to Morocco, but ultimately picking it up. Pass to the wing. Nabidie tries to get forward. Once again cancelled out by Obella. Picked up here by Nabosa. Can only stretch and let Moman clear her lines. Ball headed back to the goalkeeper. Huda Koru. This is a pickup from Tracy Nabalanzi. Uganda using the ball in a tricky area, and Ikoru does enough to get there in time and pluck the ball right from the foot of the on-rushing attacker. Building from deep, Uganda trying to string together a couple of passes. Some very good ball watching there. Lubani, Miriam. Bella staying at the back, organizing that defense, keeping, most importantly, Nabidie out of sync in the game. Well, no options here. Really closed down in the end, tried to turn and twist Vanessa Namazi, but there was no escaping the very patient and very watchful Morocco players out in here. Can they keep this in play? Yes, they can. Cynthia Chirenga looking to launch a long ball, trying to fit it in, and this could be the opening that they've been looking for, and a chance to cross the ball, but good defending. Farah managing to just get the ball nicked away. That was probably the best opening that Uganda had. Hiram Nabosa not taking the shot.
Yeah, she should have finished on time. She waited too long, and of course, the goalkeeper came out very quickly to save the situation.
Well, it hasn't come just at no cost at the moment. It looks like she might need some medical attention, but right there, could have taken the shot. Instead, goalkeeper comes through, narrows the angle. She's caught in 2 minds, just not certain. And in the end, goalkeeper with beautiful display of her footwork there just gets the ball away. Now the referee is urging her to get to her feet or risking getting a yellow card. Nadia Jaledi, head coach here of Morocco, issuing a couple of instructions. Well, they do have a substitute goalkeeper in there. Zazia Zaineb could be the one that could be introduced, but for Uganda, their substitute goalkeeper, who has been playing as a striker, Hiram Nabosa, has been seen limping off the pitch.
Okay.
Take the ball forward. Cynthia able to get to the ball, and that ball just rolls out, and that's a throw in, goal kick here coming up for Morocco. 7 minutes of the second half gone, 13 minutes left to play. And Morocco are that close to making it to the final. Started off with a disappointing loss, but have found a way to dig themselves back into the game. Uganda have their backs against the walls, coming into this match as the favorites. Well, they're favorites no more and need to work double time if they're to get back into this game.
Morocco has done well in terms so far in terms of how to keep them from being difficult.
Nabalanzi tries to cross the ball, but was way too close to the goalkeeper. Farah Elamrani launches a long ball. No one quite familiar with where it would land. Nabalanzi gets the ball headed. Chance here, good control. It's excellent play from Belinda Nabawanuka. Tries to get the ball up front. Nabidie continues to ghost around and now switching wings from left to right, trying to get away from the clutches of Obela, who has kept her in check. It's a throw for Uganda. Oman will make sure that goes no further than her. And popped out for another throw in.
They've really managed to keep them quiet in the way they play. Even the style of players, we've not seen it. We've not seen Uganda play like the way they played yesterday.
Vanessa Namazi with another throw, trying to get some space and nearly causing themselves issues. Well, they considered an own goal in their first match against Tanzania. And for a moment there, that sigh of relief there from Rajie tells the entire story. She wasn't certain where that was going. It was actually Moman who got the first head and Rajie made sure it went out. So it's a corner. Going to the far post. Brushed away once again. Rajie really coming of age here, consistently making sure nothing gets past her. Now another long throw coming up here. This one from the substitute, Masi Namuyenga, who came in the place of shot 15, Hyra Nabosa. The ball just goes out, and that's a goal kick. Frustration evident here on the faces of the Ugandan lasses. Belinda Nabawanuka, latest with an attempt here. And the moment you get the feeling Uganda is about now to revert to shooting from range.
Yeah, that's the only option probably they have, because
Obela with a cross, the header coming in, well met. The precision of this young girl, Obela, with her crosses is something to marvel about. Miriam Obela,
she's really good.
She sees it, her leg does it. It's almost seamless. It's just like it's as easy as breathing for her. Chance to run forward for this. Nabidie cannot get to that ball. Easy pick. 10 minutes left to play. Dribbling. Well, that's a dangerous place to attempt your footballing skills, especially when you have an on-rushing Nabidie.
You got to be careful. I mean,
long throw, trying to get to the box. That throw there. Not really found a way to outsmart this team. I'm not sure they even have a thought of how to do it. They're just going through the game plan and still not working.
The way they are playing is favoring them. It's favoring the Moroccans, because they don't seem to have that 1-2 passes to attack. They like to kick the ball, and it's not too good. Here we are, Morocco. The defenders are standing. Yeah, they are just there defending. You know, and when you kick a long ball, it's easy for them to kick it back to defend it.
You might want to start crowding in a couple of numbers like they're doing here. Now they have a chance. Nabidie taking the shot. Nabidie was on the outside. Well, she knew that everybody was waiting for that. So Lydia Namaseruka attempting to go for the shot. Good idea. Just didn't come off right for her.
I think she had different options. Maybe to pass and then, yeah.
They'll have to go about it. Here comes Obela. Something to keep them thinking. Now they break away with the ball. Tracy tries a through pass. They're quite isolated up front here now. All alone. Captain for Uganda, Shadia. Tracy. Nabalanzi. And the ball clipped back here. Now through the center. Ooh, bit of a knock there, but still retaining possession. Good play. Nabalanzi tries to skip past her marker. There goes down. Fatigue slowly beginning to creep in here. There's another long throw. Can they keep their concentration? Well, one is absolutely certain to keep that all the way, and that is Farah Elamrani.
The long balls are not helping them. They need to, anytime they try to pass the ball, it looks always dangerous.
Chance here, looking to break from deep. It's quite a bit of a scruffy affair out there. And that's been the thing for Morocco. When you allow them to engage you in a scruffy fight, you're not going to win. They have the discipline to keep going at it.
Exactly.
Oh, Bella slightly limping here. Looks like she's well enough to continue. Tries to throw that ball. In the end, it's a throw-in now that's handed to Uganda. Masi Namuyenga looks to launch a long ball forward. Good control here from Shadia. And now trying to pop that ball in space. Cynthia tries to race forward. Good defending from Moman. That was a good idea. Just try to pop it right at the edge of the box, and once again, oh, Bella with the theatrics here, just skinning her mark and leaving her for dead. Ball picked up well. Squared to the wing. Malik tries to get the ball up front. In possession. Beginning to express themselves here, Morocco. Giving the fans a show. Uganda will definitely be getting frustrated here that they can't get the better of their opponents. Snatching the ball out.
Very smart tactically. They've been disciplined and worked so well together as a team, and not even giving Uganda any chance at all.
Once again, another throw. That's a foul. It's a free kick. Player on the ground. Referee quick to signal for the stretcher. Medical team arriving here. So 6 minutes left on the clock. Do you see any way Uganda can rescue this game? I haven't seen a glimpse of a plan that could say the same.
It's difficult to say. I mean, telling that they're not showing anything, any sign of equalizing, because of course Morocco is well organized.
Just a couple of minutes, and now teasing that ball back to the goalkeeper, rolling it out here for Farad.
If anything at all, it might be an individual mistake on the side of Moroccans.
Through pass, well defended. Nabidier kept at bay. This time has support. And that's an offside flag against Cynthia Chirenga. Now, should have timed her run better. Should have been more alert. She has a hawk eye. And I'm surprised she didn't see that she had strayed past the line. There was also a delayed pass in there. Should have come a lot earlier there in the end. It was Lydia Namaseruka delaying to release the ball. Thumped clear. That will only still in play. The good shielding off here from Rajie.
They are good in doing that, right?
Throw in. Malak. Moman back to Malak. Malak looking to switch lanes, and this time loses the battle here to Shadia. Moman right on the button there to intercept, and once again follows up with her defensive tackling displays. Full-on assault here, making sure nothing gets past us. It's exemplary defending. Getting, of course, some free slice of assistance here from Malak Laribi. So it's a free kick. Free kick, okay. Now opted for, they're opting now for a throw-in. At this point, you're beginning to feel the Ugandans have probably begun to burn out of steam and are slowly coming to terms with the idea that this might be the end of the road. Can they whip up a rabbit out of the hat, trying to draw her way into the box area? That's exemplary tackling. One player tackling the player, the other sliding in with the challenge to make sure in case she misses, the cross goes nowhere. That is a brilliant example of how to defend. A chance now to pop in the ball towards the far post. Nobody there. Another opportunity for Uganda goes begging.
They are good at team organization. You know, when to defend, when to attack. but more so how to defend. They are very good at that, both even defense and attack.
Masina Muyenga is the one expected to pick up the ball there. 3 minutes. Uganda. I've had options here, but it doesn't look like it's going their way today. Might have to start preparing for third place playoff. Just not yet. Another chance for a throw to the box. Morocco would be really devastating if they messed up here.
Yeah.
Might be time to start thinking of those shots, and that's how the Tanzanian team got that penalty in there.
Okay.
Oh, that actually their goal, it was a deflection that came off one of the players. That only came from them going into the wings and taking the shots. Uganda haven't taken as many shots and have constantly kept trying to go overhead, where they have failed miserably. Oh, Bella.
As of now, it doesn't look hopeful for Uganda. I mean, their style of play has even vanished. You know, in the way they pass the ball. This is what I saw in the first game.
Makes the throw. Once again, Muyenga just pops the ball out here. It's a throw in. That's handed to Morocco. Good throw. Center of the park, picked up here. Can they launch an offensive? Right, handed back to the defense. Now the defense here switching lanes, stepping away from an oncoming marker. Ooh, brilliant footwork there, but in the end, the end product from Tracy Nabalansi leaves a lot to be desired. They are on the ball here now, trying to attack in numbers, and well, hasn't that been the story of her game today? Shadia Nabidie constantly finding herself losing her footing.
Yeah, but you know, I don't know. They brought her to attack. Normally, she starts from the middle, and then she has the open, run into space and get a ball and score. But now she's on top, and it's becoming difficult for her.
Well, substitution here. Malak Hajam El Idrisi set to come through. Shot 7, tireless runner. She will take the place of the goal scorer, Sane Bomedi. Squared in. Looking to get the ball on, and there she is, instantly looking to make the run. Was it a lot there? Oof. That's not the way the Ugandans envisioned it happening. And this is not how they envisioned the game going on, but the results rarely lie. Morocco had half a chance and took it with supreme ability. Now they are seconds away from stamping their name in that final. Players on the bench already in anticipation. It's a heightened sense. And it's a free kick. Well, they literally had already sparked into celebration here. It was a little too soon. One final kick, it might be, of the game. And that's it. Second half is done. It's official. One part of the puzzle is complete. Ladies and gentlemen, your finalists for this year's edition of the CAF African Schools Football Championship will be Morocco at the expense of the Ugandans. Had half a chance, put it to full use, and in the end, a big learning curve for the Ugandans. You could be the favorites, but you have to make it count. They didn't and paid a huge price here. And it stays as has been. The captain, well, will have the job to try and shepherd. She is trying to hold a firm face, but you can absolutely feel that it's sheer dejection here for the Ugandans. And for Morocco, ecstasy. And now they wait who joins them in the finals. Full time, it's Uganda 0, Morocco 1.
Tears for the goalkeeper as her team crashes out, and what a heartbreaking result for Uganda, who have failed for the first time in this tournament to score a goal. 2-0 win over Togo, 2-0 win over Gambia, 1-1 draw against South Africa. But ultimately, the one time they couldn't find the back of the net is the one time that it proved to be exceptionally costly for them as they miss out on a final berth. And Morocco, who started off the game, the tournament, with an own goal that saw them lose their first match against Tanzania, are in the final. Can it be a repeat of Tanzania and Morocco, or will South Africa have a say in this particular one? We are about to find out, because that is where we are going next. And we're about to be joined by Amanda Dlamini and, of course, the coach. Amanda coming in. This is where we love to substitute. Amanda, great to see you. I know you've been up there doing a lot of work, but now the work is going to be on the pitch, especially against the South Africans and Tanzania coming up next.
Yep, I think it's going to be a tough one. The South Africans going up against the hosts. The hosts definitely have the crowd behind them, but I think South Africa are quite motivated. They've been doing well in the group stages, and I think for sure they might come up with the win. We might also see WAFCON Women's Final once again, Morocco and South Africa. We don't know.
That would be quite an interesting one, because while I haven't had an opportunity to watch South Africa as they walk in, they have proven, apart from the information we've been getting, to be a very technical and tactical side, something that we saw in Morocco. That would be interesting. But against Tanzania, it's a bullish Tanzania, physically more dominant than South Africa. How do you expect this one to go?
I think Janeth is going to be key for Tanzania. However, it means she needs to bring her A game even more, because this is a very technically gifted South African team. So defensively, I think they need to be very organized, go with 2v1s, because they're quite smaller when you look at them. They're probably one of the smallest teams that we've seen in the tournament, seconded by Morocco. But I think it's going to be key for the South African coach to say, we've done this in the COSAFA region, coming through now, keep the South African flair, play technically just like how Morocco did it. It's not going to be easy against a Tanzanian team. Like Amanda said, they have the crowd behind them, and they haven't considered a goal so far.
I've watched both of you analyze, and I'm absolutely in awe and honored to be here. Amanda, how important is this for the youth and especially the girls' football?
I think to have the host as well in the semi-finals is quite important. That brings in the broadcasting. People are watching at home, but of course, we're looking forward to an entertaining match.
Oh, the entertainment is about to kick off. It is none other than Tanzania, the host nation, the defending champions, up against a tricky and promising South African side in the last semi-final game of the day. Next.
It all comes down to the little things. An inch, a stretch, a push. All that stands between you and what's meant for you is one small step. Take the next step.
One part of the puzzle is complete, and now we find out who will make it to the finals against a buoyant Morocco. Will it be the reigning defending champions who double as hosts Tanzania, or can South Africa upset the apple cart and get their way into the final in what would be a repeat of what we saw at the senior stage? Welcome to the second semi-final right here. And Tanzania will definitely be looking at shot number 4, Janeth Matulanga, to get them across the line. And her impeccable communication with Zai will be absolutely a top must-watch here. While for South Africa, it's all to play for. Shot 6, Sithole will be their go-to player, as she has been the one that has bossed that midfield. The tail of the tape, Tanzania beat Morocco 1-0 and beat Congo 1-0 to get themselves here, while South Africa beat Gambia 1-0, drew 0-0 with Togo, and drew 1-1 with Uganda to set up this clash. Second semi-final set to get underway. As we now confirm, center referee Fatou Diane, all the way from South Africa, that is from Senegal, gets the game underway. It's right off to the action here. In the green with gold sash is South Africa. Well, Tanzania adopting the very same pattern that we had earlier on in the blue and green, and it is Bakari. It is this is well, Bakari Shimwe Nyundo, the head coach here for Tanzania. Oh, watching on, looks a little depressed or dejected there, but his team are looking to start off in style, and that was, well, a brilliant, mazy run. Excellent play by the infatigable Asha Omari Ramdani. She's been excellent all tournament, and looks like she still has bags of pace to burn. Tanzania, defending champions, and they're looking to prove exactly why they are still the top dogs in the tournament here. Looking to pass the ball through the center of the park, a little stuck in. Well, this is quite a livelier move to the game as opposed to the match we just watched between Uganda and Morocco. One tactically drilled, as we now get a chance to get a glimpse of the head coach here. Dombiti Angel Komalo, the head coach of South Africa. And this technical team, well, nerves. There's no two ways to avoid it. That is the look of nerves on both technical benches. It's the semi-finals. And a chance for a through pass. Played well. Mari keeps the ball in play, trying to skip away from a challenge, and she's been quite good at doing this. And somehow, well, that's against her. Asha Omari Ramdani. Two minutes of the game played. Tanzania nil, South Africa nil. Lying in wait will be the brilliance of Obella and the Morocco team tomorrow for the final. They must not get ahead of themselves, both teams here. There's a job to finish here fast before you can look at the glory that awaits tomorrow. Chance here now to break clean. This could be an opportunity. Molefe takes the shot. Oh, not so sure that's how she envisioned it when she was taking it. Well, joining me in the commentary booth is one that might be in charge of a couple of these ladies just about 2 years or so down the road. The under-17 head coach here for the South African squad here. I think it's a double challenge here. She has commentary duty, but also will be watching the next brood. Anyway, how are you anticipating this match here?
You know, it's actually quite amazing that today is the first time I get to see the South African team playing, because we've seen Morocco and I've fallen in love with how Morocco plays.
Yeah.
Tanzania has Janeth in their team that is technically gifted. She has the speed, she has the poise. She, you know, tactically she's been incredible also. And this South African team is a team of players that you can see a lot of them, fortunately, because I know they are 12, they are 13, they are 14, and they've been playing in this tournament. They did well in the Kosafa region, coming all the way to Zanzibar now, playing against the defending champions. So that just tells you this is not going to be an easy match for both teams. Normally, by this time, you'd have found Tanzania is in charge, is in control, but South Africa is not making it easy for them.
There's a chance here to break in, trying to look that pull there. Still wasn't on target, but the offside flag already coming in and catching South Africa's Kwesi Koza. Already flying in there. Well, they're showing the aggression and really showing Tanzania this is not one that is going to go down without a fight.
Some of these girls, like Molefe there, she was 8 years old when I first saw her, and now she's 13. It speaks to the long-term athlete development we always preach about. Katlego Malebana, the captain of the team as well. I met her when she was only 12, and she was playing with the boys, the Sundowns boys, and now she plays with the Sundowns girls. Kwesi also is one of the players that is one of the youngest in the Hollywood Super League team league that takes place in South Africa. So they actually know their way around in the field. Now the difference is that they are constantly challenged in the national team, because that's what this tournament is bringing. It's bridging the gap between grassroots and the elite. And I can just imagine how much experience all these players are going to get here. 28,000 schools participated in this tournament, and only 44 schools, you know, came through. That just tells you the number of players that came about.
900,000 started this journey for this year's edition. Bigger number than last year. Now we're finally down to this, but the experience that has trickled down to all 900,000. Well, you can only imagine a few years down the road. Now some tenacious tackling here coming in from Kwesi, going to the ground. And she's been a real live wire. She's really put herself out there and is putting in a very decent shift so far.
John is going to have her work cut out today because normally she bulldozes in that midfield, and I think she makes it easy for Janeth to go forward because she's stable in that midfield, and Kwesi drops to collect as she interchanges with Katlego Malebana. So it's going to be key to see how calm she stays so that she doesn't pick up a yellow card as well, because Tanzania needs her.
Well, that might hurt. Looks like that ball might have struck the midriff, or was that on the arm? She's clutching it. Oh, okay. Was already injured there, and she's in some real pain. Might have regretted that as soon as she put her arm out there. That is Janeth Medson Otulanga. One thing is absolutely certain: Tanzania wouldn't want their star player, star striker here, to be at any one point anything less than 110%, especially when this is for a chance to defend the title. Two things are actually clear: the stats and the numbers don't lie. The defending champions are still in the semi-finals, as we saw for the men, all the way to the final, not by coincidence.
They didn't concede a single goal in this tournament. That is Tanzania. So it simply tells you and amplifies what I said earlier in previous matches, to say attackers will win you matches, but the defense will win you championships.
Pearl Zuma to whip in the cross. Ball headed away. Zuma couldn't control it in the first stance, but in the end doesn't prove to be costly. Meantime, Janeth still out here and having the medical team working around the clock to really get her up and running once again. It's a busy game here. Quite a bit of activity all over the place, and very lively. Both teams looking to attack. Something that we were robbed of in the game between Uganda and Morocco, where one team struck early and then thereafter it was constant scrabbles on how and where to get in the end. Narrow win, but a win is a win.
Absolutely. I think they got the gist of how to do this when they played against Tanzania. You know, that own goal is the one that made them get their first defeat in the tournament. And so far they took notes and said, if we attack as quickly as possible in that manner, also it's going to be critical for us to constantly do that. This Tanzania team, I'm waiting to see how Zai also reestablishes herself also in this team, because it cannot just sit on the shoulders of Janeth, who's still looking to nurse her arm, but she's back on the field. You know, you want to see more of them playing together, getting those touches together and being creative a lot more, because it will not allow Janeth to be free. If she's the only one that brings the creativity, brings the finesse going forward, well, she will need the rest of the teammate.
Well, that may be the player that the responsibility will fall to. Asha Omari Ramdani, shot number 2. I can't say I've found a player that has been an absolute dynamite on the pitch like her. Bombs back and forth the entire wing. Offensively good, defensively drilled, not afraid to throw in the tackles and put the body on the line. That's one to really watch out for, and South Africa would do well to keep isolating her on the flank.
And she can play on either side of the field. When they started against Morocco, she was playing on the right, and yesterday we saw her playing up top, and she was slightly going to the left with Zai coming inside. So that just tells you she has the tactical flexibility as well. That's what you want to see from a young player, and I agree with you. She's aggressive, she's confident also in how she plays.
Through the center, Zainabu. Zai is trying to thread the through pass, didn't come off well enough. These girls playing pretty well. I think this is something that we might want to acknowledge. Of course, no disrespect to the game that came before, but the use of the ball in the tiny pockets of space and managing to technically keep it rolling. For a minute, you could be forgiven for thinking these girls are playing full pitch.
Absolutely. And you see with how much time even the defenders don't have on their hands to just keep the ball, you know, keep recirculating and all of that, because there's pressure that's coming. You don't have all day. I always say to the players that I coach on the field, you're not playing alone.
Yeah, it's a team game and there's no I in team. Jansea, the ball skips away to the midfield. Getting on to the ball now. It's the captain looking to launch an attack, but it just doesn't come off well for her. Lebana still goalless in here. No lack of real anticipation, excitement, and moments of pure entertainment for the Neutos. Forgive me for saying, this has the feel of the final before the final about it.
That quantifies the quality we are seeing, and of the 4 teams that have gone through to the semi-finals, it's the expected teams, because from day one when we watched these games taking place, they were giving us quality. The organization on the field, in attack, in defense, when they have the ball, they make the field as big as possible. When they lose it, you can see players bolstering down to go and defend.
Well, if I'm to look forward, irrespective of which one of these teams goes to the final, the third place playoff is also going to be an interesting one to watch out for, because whichever of these teams, even if it's South Africa that played Uganda before or Tanzania, that will be a game to look forward to.
Absolutely. And
Well,
150,000 at stake.
Chance here, clean break, shot coming in the end. Koza again looking to cause damage. Relentless will to constantly put it on. That commitment to the cause should be applauded. Zainabu. Zai plays the ball out to the wing. Good pick up here. Tanzania trying to forge a way forward. For chance to break here. Kwezi gets the ball forward, trying to take on 2 defenders. Realizing, well, maybe she didn't have just enough in the tank to actually get the job done this time round.
And you mentioned something very important, and you said both these teams are not having enough time to just have fun on the pitch. There's so much pressure. You need to think on your feet. Rehema, the defender of Tanzania, normally she gets the ball and she's at ease. You know, she doesn't have so much pressure. But Kwezi is proving to be a challenge for her. If she didn't get the cover quickly coming on, it could have been another story that we were telling.
Well, Zuhura Mugonja is another one that loves to venture forward, but today her work cut out at the back there, as that time she had to run, trek back and help out. Now we have a player on the ground, and it is the pit bull that has been bossing the front there, and that is Kwezi. Looks like a stretcher will be brought on. Get another look at that, just quickly negating her challenge and cutting in. Well, slightly getting off her feet. I think if she hadn't slipped off her feet, would have powered that shot a little better. In the end, that's a player that is extremely confident in her ability, and she knows exactly what she's doing.
Absolutely, at 13 years old, and that's why I'm saying I have a preview of knowing these young players, because I've dealt with 60% of them. She's only 13, and you can see the technical ability of being able to hold on to the ball, play as quickly as possible. And look, this Tanzanian side as well.
Chance there, nearly falling flush here for Zainabu Doto Karuka. Well, you asked to see more of the captain. She nearly delivered.
She's delivering. I'm happy.
Technique not right, maybe just making the connection wrong with the ball, probably just wanted to guide it in, instead ended up having it carried up. But there she is, once again trying to be very instrumental in that midfield. And this is good from Tanzania. The ball moves from foot to foot. There's a clear pattern, there's a clear plan. It's not, again, as I would say, Bila Mupango.
What is Bila Mupango?
You know, that is, you know, when you wake up and you have no plan and it's anything goes, eh? Just hack the ball clear. There's clearly a game plan here.
I get you. And that's what you want to see. And I think we are not saying enough. We are not applauding enough what CAF has done with this initiative to say, let's see 13, 14-year-olds come into this space and play.
Chance for a break. Realizing that the space was gone. 15 minutes. I guarantee you I wouldn't mind watching these young ladies play for another 20 minutes before it's halftime. Real good game. real competitive, real entertaining, I begin to anticipate and savor where the goal will come from, because I believe it's going to take something very special for whichever of these teams to take the lead. 5 minutes left to play. Tanzania 0, South Africa 0. I have to feel for the viewers who are watching from all across the world. This is quickly coming to a close.
Such a beautiful match of football.
It's one of those matches where you also have to think about how the end could be in question. If it stays this way into the second half, well, it might be heartbreaking, but again, the very unfair to many penalty decisions or spot kicks will have to come through.
And it's going to be tricky because the size of the goals, you know, how far back, it's not your traditional 12-yard where you put the ball and it's in big goals, you know.
This is a bit tricky. This is a lot harder. Shimwe Nyundo Bakari, head coach of Tanzania, pretty active on that touchline. It's not just $300,000 at stake. It's not just defending champions at stake. It is also hosts and national pride that's resting on the shoulders of his charges. One thing I can say, he can actually walk home today with a lot of pride, knowing his troops got the memo and are working on it tirelessly.
Absolutely.
Rolled out once again, looking to build from deep. Bakari. Let's get the ball up front. Shot here. Well, that was a Horwitzer who was really traveling, stuck her feet into it, just didn't come off as she had anticipated there. We talked about her. We talked about the threat she packs. You need to keep Asha Omari Ramdani in check with key and lock.
Her first touch, she knows where the defender is. She blocks the defender.
Shot again, this time from the captain. Well, it looks like it's target practice right now for Tanzania, as everybody is trying to throw everything for Zainabu Doto Karuka, the captain. Has that nonchalant look about her of, I'm not really in this, and then before you know it, she's really pulling the strings to your destruction.
And if she can get one on target, you'll see why we are really amazed of what she can do, of her abilities when it comes to her marshalling that midfield.
Oh, here's a chance here for South Africa, and that might have actually come off the foot of the defender. Well, we might want another look at that, but once again, Kwesi proving that anything the Tanzanians can throw at her back end, she will throw right back on their doorstep. Never had anyone who makes warmongering look good. She is really giving it to us here. Chance to pick up in the midfield, and once again, Kwesi is on the ground. She's arguably the most fouled player on the pitch so far.
She gets involved. That's what you get from her as a striker. She comes back and tries to help in defense. She's lucky that she actually pulled away and was able to at least not get a full kick.
But that's a player that's in full control of all her limbs. Look at that. Gets the ball in control with the head, has a slight nudge with the knee just to set it up. And it's a nudge not to accidentally, but just to set it up for her to take a strike. She's a real marvel. 19 minutes, just seconds away from heading down the tunnel for halftime. Diving header to clear the lines and try to set her team on the front foot. South Africa trying to outwit Tanzania. These are two teams that are evenly poised and matching each other, going toe-to-toe, defense, attack, midfield. It's everything. Barely notice we have a referee in the pitch. It's all about the players.
And this match particularly is proving to us why the field is this small, why it's 7v7 plus the goalkeepers, because a small-sided game allows you to have more contact on the ball, be able to dribble, think quick, be creative, run with the ball, dribble, find a teammate as quickly as possible. It's giving us all the ingredients of the game just in a smaller space.
Well, one thing is absolutely certain. It looks like Janet Medson Matulanga has been deployed more to the flank try and protect her from going toe-to-toe with defenders with that arm. They'll be hoping that her arm probably gets a little less painful and allows her to get into the center frame, for that's where she's devastatingly effective. As for the moment, they found themselves a little bit blunt, but not for lack of chances, and they would need her to match up to the antics and quality of display that Kwesi in the picture there has just displayed for South Africa. A beautiful game that anybody will wish the 10 minutes interval ends quickly and we get to see the second half. Tanzania 0, South Africa 0.
South Africa 0. It's half time. Tanzania 0. South Africa 0. Selamito. Tanzania 0. Afek Mesud 0.
All right, so it's goalless between Tanzania and South Africa. Tactically, it would be difficult to say that South Africa were second place to Tanzania. I think the best way to put it after that first half is, as Jermaine Agesa in lead commentary has put it, that you can only contain yourself as you hope this halftime position, this halftime period passes quickly and we get to enjoy the second half. It has been a dominating display in a ball possession for Tanzania, but very little allowed by South Africa for them to do anything with that ball. In fact, side-to-side passes has riddled their game as they've found 5 shots off target because they just cannot find that target, as South Africa have proved to be a difficult side to break down. Speaking of breaking down, we are here only with Coach Akanor because our super sub, Coach Simpiwe, cannot make it. She is in commentary, so we won't have her, but it's been an interesting first half, man. I'm having fun playing, standing here with you guys. We were with Amanda Tlamini when you deserted us, and now we're with you as Coach Simpiwe is also unavailable. My teammates are just special to deal with. What did you make of the first half?
Well, I think, to be fair, South Africa have come close in scoring goals, even though Tanzania has sort of dominated possession, but they've not shown effectiveness of the possession, and therefore it's important that they improve in that area, else South Africa has come very, very close in scoring.
Absolutely. It's been tough. Tanzania have been in this position again because when you look at their fixtures, they have won 2 games, 1-0. That one was against Morocco, that own goal that we were talking about it against Congo. They have created their chances, haven't they? But South Africa just resilient in defense.
They look very, very organized, South Africans, very organized, and the timing has also been right. When to attack, when to defend very well, and it's been good. I mean, I hope out of this effort, they'll get a goal out of it.
Now we've seen some interesting play from this is South Africa coming in from wide, from the left. She cuts in, tries, just ever so unlucky. And this is what I was talking about. When South Africa don't have that ball, or whether they do and lose it, they're quick to close down. Frustrated with herself, she slips and at the worst time cuts into the left. The defender is going one way, has to stop, come the other, but because of the turf, slips down.
That is
Feeble
very,
shot.
very, very intelligent from her. She knows where the goalpost is. She knows where to go. She took a style in a way of going out, but went in, cut in, and then make attempt at the goal. It's rather unfortunate. I hope, like I said, they will make the necessary effort to get a goal.
That's Kwesi Khoza.
Yeah, they've done a lot of effort in getting a goal.
They have done. She's been absolutely brilliant going forward. And what do you make of the setup of South Africa?
Fantastic. I said it earlier on. They look well organized, well structured, and because of that, even though Tanzania are keeping possession, they're not able to threaten them, because they are well organized, and sometimes it looks like they are in control of the game. But let's see the second half. What happens? What's cool.
They've been forced to go long and try and outrun this, get over the back line for South Africa, but the home side, the defending champions, seemingly struggling to break down this South African side. And it's just the technical ability of these players. Man, you've got to love her. She has been a thorn in the side, Kwesi Khoza. Hope I'm saying that right. That's why we were hoping for Coach Simpiwe because of some of the names. But Kwesi has been absolutely brilliant, one of the leading lights for this side. Yet, goalless it remains. Number 2 there for Tanzania. Asha Omari Ramadhan also with a run down the right flank. But yet again, missed opportunity after missed opportunity. And I think it's fair to say that Tando Priti Mokabudi has not exactly had a lot to do in the South African post.
No, I mean, it's because
not
of
as much as others have.
Yeah, of course. It's because of the way they've been structured, with the way they stand, how they defend. Most of the time, they have enough men at the back to defend and also know exactly when to attack. And when they attack, they look very, very dangerous.
So what changes for the two sides? I
Well,
mean,
I
it's
think
goalless at this time. We don't want a penalty shootout. What would you do?
Well, I think South Africa has to make sure they get a chance that comes their way to score. And of course, with Tanzania, they will keep on pushing. They keep on pushing and see how best they can get a goal. They are the home side. The effort is also there. They have the home support, and I believe once they push a bit harder, they can get a goal.
Well, I guess that's the phrase of the half. Keep pushing and see what comes out of it. South Africa coming into this one, they've played a game more. A draw against Togo, goalless. A draw against Uganda, 1-1. And victory over Gambia, 1-0. Tanzania just had to beat Morocco 1-0. And a reflective scoreline against Gambia ensured that they make it to the semi-finals. A slot in the finals is up for grabs. 20 minutes to go.
"20 minutes stand between these girls on either side, and a chance once again to challenge at the very final for the finest in their age bracket. This is the CAF African Schools Football Championship 2024, the continental finale. And we're at the semi-finals. Tanzania putting in a decent shift, defending champions by all rights here on merit. And they come up against the team that has proven that they are ready to match them toe for toe. They were hosts last year. Well, this year they want to go ahead and do what Tanzania did to them on their soil. South Africa have given as good as it gets. We have 20 more minutes of what we would anticipate will be a highly entertaining match. If it lives up to even just half of what we saw in the first half, well, I guarantee I'll go home a very satisfied commentator. Second half set to get underway. Sitting next to me in the commentary booth, Coach Simpiwe is keeping an eye here on proceedings. We'll get to run us through the technical and tactical decisions that will be made in the game. Fast-paced, you might want to strap up for this one.
And you look at how these teams line up. South Africa, you can see they've got 2 center-backs. Tanzania have got 1 center-back, but they've got the wing-backs that are always coming back. That's why you are finding that they are breached half the time. The support does come, but if it comes a little bit too late, they might find themselves conceding a goal. But with that, they are still very strong. Rehema, Bakari, and Alawa. Bakari, I've been impressed with her so far in the first half. In the first match, you were mentioning to me that she even picked up a card because she was still entering into the tournament, but she has been progressing nicely into the tournament. Everything starts on the right with her being able to play the pass either to Zayn midfield or even up front to Janeth.
Oh, waiting to get this match underway. Right there on the end is the equivalent of Duracell Bunny for this team. Shot number 2, Asha Omari Ramdani. It looks like there will be a quick start in here. Played up to the wing. South Africa on the ball in the green, looking to catch player on the flank. Played out here. This is Asha. Ramdani tries to run her way forward. It's the ball roll. We'll get a throw in for her troubles. Throw in. The defense has to deal with that. First instance didn't seem to inspire a lot of confidence, so they have a second go about it. And it is Milembe Ndalawa John. He was opting to take the throw, but now it's handed over to Asha. Brushed in, looking for that header. Pills for the corner, and yes, it's given. Hasn't had a lot to do in the early exchanges there. Thando, the Makaleng, pretty. Been sitting pretty in that goal, but now looks like she might have her work cut out for her here. Tanzania have proven to be very decisive from crosses. Got an own goal against Morocco from a cross. And we're still relentless as Janeth did attempt to get one. Also had a hint of a cross from one flank for her to launch onto. So might be one of those places that they need to keep an eye on, but you can guarantee they've done their homework pretty here. Launching the ball. This could be dangerous. The goalkeeper is tipping that away and managing to pick up. Must commend the defense for sticking here with the very unpredictable Kwesi. Into the midfield. Spread out to the wing. Good chance here from Gonja Bakari. Tries to cross the ball in. Well, that's something that now South Africa have to watch out for. She's not only keeping it tight at the back, but consistently is the outlet for launching those long balls forward for Tanzania. Bakari Zuhura Mkonja.
Absolutely, and I think she's gained so much confidence. And, you know, with Janeth not being 100% okay, especially with her arm, she's not benefiting from those passes that are coming through to her. And that is destabilizing how Tanzania is playing going forward, because they have had the same 7 start numerous matches, and you can see the coach is just sticking to that same 7 and saying, I'll only change when I see if we are winning a match.
Rehema Joseph Mayala, with the latest attempt there, kept the defending on. It's formed a real good partnership there with Bakari Mgonja. But today, they do really meet their match in the very young and quite explosive Kwesi. Constantly been out there checking their mental fortitude. Shot from distance. It just thumps into the back of the opponent, and now looking to release Kwesi. That's a sign of just how much he brings to the game. Tanzania now keeping 4 at the back just to keep her 10. It's allowing South Africa now to have more numbers flowing onto the ball, and they get onto the chance here, looking to latch onto a shot. Paul Zuma from Anango. I've seen some spectacular goals in this tournament. I wouldn't rule out us having another moment of magic before it runs out.
You know, as that shot goes in, I'm thinking to myself, if it was normal goals, what would it look like?
Nutmeg is what is delivered here. Janeth might not be at 100%. Still, by all means, capable of creating a real threat whenever availed. Tanzania now to take the throw, taking their time. It looks like it might be a long throw. Well dispatched. You can tell the quality of some of these teams, especially when you look at teams like Tanzania that have been well drilled on taking those throw-ins, taking them like pros. Unlike some of the times we've seen from even from the boys' game and the girls' game, where some have constantly been admonished by the officials for taking poor throws.
You know, when you're throwing something into the bin, sometimes they throw just like that. But the game has evolved and it's grown so much that you're seeing so much quality in small details of the match.
Yeah.
Your throw-ins, your free kicks, even goalkeepers. You know, that is one aspect of the game that has grown so much for women's football, where it's not just a girl standing between the sticks and blocking anything that comes, but it's goalkeepers that understand the game, are speaking, are talking, are organizing, and have the confidence to make those saves.
Well, that's some technical skill here on display by Kwesi. It looks like Dineo Makoola is about to be introduced into the game for South Africa. Shot 8 standing by on the touchline. Kwesi, fearless, absolutely fearless. That's a girl who has a very bright future in the game. And stepping off the pitch is the captain. I didn't see that coming. Malembala is taken off. Interesting.
I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here because it doesn't mean when you're captain you are irreplaceable. We just need you to be on the field making an impact for the team. And this being rolling subs, we should be seeing more subs coming in and out to influence the game. However, that can also destabilize how your team functions and plays, because then there's some formations and routines that are disturbed.
Well, Kosi will definitely need some support there, and that's exactly why the coach has deployed Dineo. He just gets on and instantly looking to partner her up front. And for Tanzania, will try to capitalize by trying to, well, make use of the extra space that's availed in that midfield, as Katleho had actually proven to be quite formidable in that midfield. Clearance. Picked up here by Bakari. Gonja under pressure from Dineo, trying to get the ball up front, but Tanzania continue to press forward. Janeth, now ball crossed in. Asha is offside. He's making the run, and you know, you talked about the small details, but how about that for ball control in the air, just bringing it down to an instant stop? This is football. My oh my, wasn't offside.
It
wasn't offside, but look at that for control.
It wasn't offside, and also the pass, the precision of the pass, the height and the weight of the pass. That's what's key for me, because you are understanding that the field is a bit smaller, so it means you can't just hoof the ball forward. You need to measure your pass. And this game also, I'll keep on emphasizing and explaining why we are playing a 7v7 plus the goalkeepers. It's because the technical aspects of the game are very tested, and that's where you get to see the precision. How quickly do I pass? How quickly do I identify the space to run into or to even pass? And the weight of the pass. You kick it too hard or you pass it too hard, it goes out off the pitch. You know, it must be easy for my teammate to receive. And so far, the South African team, you can see they have numbers at the back, but the goalkeeper is not looking to build up at the back. They are just looking to kick everything forward. For me, then it takes away the confidence because we just kick it forward. We don't have the confidence to play it back, you know, build up nicely from the back. We just want to send it forward. But in sending it forward, there aren't enough numbers to receive the first ball or even fight for the second ball.
Chance for a throw in here. 27 minutes. Keeping an eye on that clock, and well, it's not one thing that many would want to discuss at this point, but the rules are the rules. If it stays this way, then yes, the sport kicks will be called to separate these two sides. Hardly the way you'd want to see any of them not make it to the final, but it's needs must. It looks like there'll be a corner. It's the captain racing in to take this one. Zainabu Doto Karuka. Another one with some unerring precision in her delivery, and once again whips in a good cross. Seems to have absolute mastery for how to deliver that ball as well.
She's getting better and better in fine-tuning her technique in delivering those set pieces in there. I think if you look at the match right now, Tanzania has a much better edge in being able to keep possession, pass to each other, find spaces and all of that. They just need to be a little bit more patient because they do 1, 2, 3 passes and they want to kick it forward instead of finding that extra pass sideways to stretch that defense of South Africa.
Kind of reminds me of a chess game. This time a more entertaining chess game because the minute one of the pieces was moved, equivalent to a queen on that chessboard, that was the captain, Kaleho. Now all of a sudden that midfield is opening up and Tanzania are able to get more passes strung together. The offensive display is much better now for South Africa. They have numbers up front, but they're finding themselves constantly dropping back to defend.
You're making a very important observation there to say there's nobody now handling that midfield. John finds herself being able to get the ball, run with it, find that extra pass, pinpointing passes going forward. It's going to be tricky for South Africa because if anything, Janeth gets that ball, they are in trouble.
Ball threaded forward here, and there's Janeth trying to get into the game. Wants a quick restart to the game, and that's the IQ that you want. Realizes the advantage is now lost, so no point in rushing the throw as South Africa drop back in numbers. So they'll have to build from deep. Chance here. Bakari lays it in, trying that quick through pass, but well, seemed a bit ill-advised. Elizabeth John Chenge. The ball goes over the line, so be another throw-in. So 10 minutes left to play. Tanzania nil, South Africa nil. Chance for a throw. Looking to wiggle her way in. Player brought down right at the edge of the box area. Well, that's an interesting one. The assistant referee wasn't ready to commit herself. And everybody looked at them, including the center referee, who said, well, it's your call.
You are closest to the action.
Yeah, there you go. Was this challenge in or out? Wouldn't want
But
to
she's not even looking at the action. She's looking at the central referee to say...
I think she'd already seen the action, then turns to look at the center referee and says, I'm not committing on this one. It's a fair one, 50-50. Could go either way. A bit of inconsistency and hesitation here from South Africa's defense, and they nearly pay a huge price there. Well, might come at quite the cost here for Thando. As, she seems to have taken a bit of a knock in here. Have to commend her. She's also been quite the fearless character, stepping in every time, even where it looks like boots are flying. Not her safety being her priority, and that was a hard landing. I think I saw an elbow somehow rolling to the back of her head. Oh well, they heal quickly. Not that that's an excuse, but yeah.
Shame, goalkeepers have it hard.
I guarantee you, if that was 10 years older, game would still be in a medical break right now. I believe
rolling all the way to the change room.
8 minutes on the clock, and still anybody's game for the taking. Morocco will be watching, taking notes, and again, it might actually play into Morocco's favor, irrespective of who they meet at the final. But if they can get an early lead, shut that door and let them panic. Let them figure it out. Let them fumble and find a way back in. Janeth trying to attempt something here, but for the moment, I think the best way to say it is two teams that are evenly matched and are cancelling each other out.
Yeah, Janeth is having a much better second half. I think probably maybe the medical team tried to help her ease the pain a bit because she's a bit more involved. You can see with when she goes to compete, she goes to fight for that ball and tries to protect it as well.
Well, remember, one of the programs that we had in this tournament is the Young Medics program. And it looks like the seniors in the medical profession have not spared the young ones and taught them a bit about the magic sponge.
And the magic water.
The all mystic magic sponge in sport. A small touch and heals all ailments. 7 minutes. Ball whipped in. Hacked clear. It's a throw in once again.
My grandmother used to say that there's always somebody running in with water. You must give me that water because my arthritis will be healed.
Chance here, Janet. Wanted another touch to that, and this time it's a corner. Smart refereeing. I've interacted with referees, just reflecting on that incident earlier on, and they'll tell you if you're in doubt, don't give it. Especially if it's a penalty, don't give it. Whipped in. This time, not a very good one. Oh, actually, no one was paying attention to where the captain wanted the ball, far post. I'm glad there will be no awards at the end of this tournament for best crosser. I think that would be a real tight one. We've seen so many good crossers of the game, especially in the girls tournament, where you would expect it to be a little more difficult given the tighter space, but the precision, it's just breathtaking.
Absolutely. You know, I really need the world to see what CAF has done with this tournament. Normally we are accustomed to under 17 girls that are playing in there. Now we are seeing 13, 14-year-olds that are playing at an international level, and they know the game. They know the rules of the game. They know how to play the game. You can see the formation. You can see the principles of defending, of attacking, the technique that they are using. You just spoke about how they are crossing that ball. And I think one of the best crossers we've seen is from Morocco.
Oh, Bella, she'll be in the final. It's just the sheer precision of how they play. I'll tell you one thing is absolutely certain. It's not just the players on the pitch or the medics that have undergone training or the coaches that have been able to make sure that they are all at a minimum of a CAF D license, or the young reporters that have been told how to cover the games and how to get on with the business of reporting the game, that will walk home enriched from this experience. I do dare say, even we here in the broadcast, the commentators, and the rest of the crew, even the legends, will go home richer for this experience, because this was a dream. This dream is quickly becoming reality, and so many people are going to buy into this vision. This I want to see.
Absolutely. It's revolutionary. It's revolutionary, and it's just opening our eyes.
Shot here. Ball taken away. Chance for a cross here. And the ball goes over the line there. Oh, Tanzania, nearly giving some bit of joy here for Shime Nyundo Bakari.
I really need to commend the strength and the ambition of this coach. And I'm saying the strength to enjoy and do all of that because in every women's national team, he's there. And under 15 schools tournament, he's there on the sideline. Under 17, he was there. Under 20, he's there. The senior team, you'll also find him there influencing the game.
Well, there's a consistency about it. 4 minutes to go. Can someone whip up a masterclass? Here comes Ramdani Asha. Tries to put in some technical flair to the game. This is where some individual brilliance is really going to come to play. That was the incident earlier. Janeth, once again, kept shut out here by goalkeeper Thando of South Africa. Ooh. Now that could prove costly as a through pass here, and this is a clean break. A chance for South Africa to seal the deal. She's been knocking at the door all game long. She has been the biggest threat they had to keep an eye out for. And in the end, they've just given her reason to let the Amapiano gongs in her mind run wild. Kwesi, seamless, cold as ice, ruthless, clinical, precise. Put South Africa in the lead, and Tanzania can only blame themselves.
I'm containing my excitement. And when you were speaking, I was looking at this Tanzanite team and I'm saying to myself, they've pushed and added numbers forward because South Africa hasn't been putting them under pressure, but they've forgotten there's a key player.
Shot from distance. Good save. Well, Thando is not letting that goal go to the head. Pretty on the face, pretty in the mind as well, and pretty is her name. Sometimes I wonder how all these names for South Africans fit in their passports. Whipped in, cleared away. Very alert there from the young goalkeeper. On the ball, twisting, turning, hacked clear. And once again, looking to cause some damage. Not by any chance going to be faced by two defenders. But still putting in a decent chip. Kwesi. It's seconds away. South Africa can anticipate a final. Looking to pay back the favor. Tanzania lifted the title on their soil in the first edition of this tournament. They're looking to make sure they return the favor in kind. Revenge, a dish best served call. We have a chance for another look at that goal. And once again, it's the mark of a proper striker. Takes a glance up, sees where the goalkeeper is, and then knows
Passes the
exactly what she's going to do.
Jermaine, I said to you, tonight, Rehema is going to have challenges because she's up against a striker who is of a caliber just like her own teammate, Zeneth. You know, yes, Janeth. And half the time she has been covered. But with this goal, there was no cover for her, which tells you why South Africa is playing with two center-backs instead of one. When you play with one, you are susceptible to not having cover, you know, because, you know, the principles of defending says, I press the ball, there's cover. But he was pressing on the ball and there was no cover for that. And she was up against Kwesi, whom I call AK-47. You know what is an AK-47. I'll leave it there.
Shoot to kill, and one down. A big one here. It is the defending champions that bow out of the tournament at this stage, as the South African lads will mob the lasses here in celebration. South Africa will make their way to the finale. For the hosts and defending champions, Tanzania, it is sheer agony. The pain and exasperation of not being able to match up to what many thought would be their destiny is quite painful. They've given as good a go as they could, but in the end, it's the South Africans that will smile and dance way into the night. Exquisite performance by a very able-bodied and technically sound Kwesi Kosa, making sure that she dispatches of the Tanzanians. And Morocco will be next on their radar, as they will be heading to the final tomorrow. And we can anticipate a third-place playoff between Tanzania and Uganda as the dust settles. It's full time here at the new Aman Complex Sports Stadium. It is Tanzania 0, South Africa 1.
How about that? The young girls from Southern Africa walking away with an unlikely, really though, is it an unlikely victory over the host side, the East African side. It doesn't matter. Sometimes the irony in football is just written in the stars. Tanzania winning 2 games against Congo and against Morocco, 1-0. And it is in the semi-final, the moment they need to stand up, the most important moment of all, that they themselves fall to that 1-0 sword. They may be in heartbreaking feelings, they may be lying on the pitch in tears, but that will not be the story of South Africa. This young side has been brilliant in the tournament, has been extremely brilliant in that first half, and we were talking about the goal scorer, Kwezi Khoza, and boy, did she stand up. Or should I say, girl, did she stand up? Because I'm joined by the girls. Simpiwe, Amanda. I can see the smiles on your face, and I'm smiling because that was just entertaining football. Why are you smiling, Amanda?
Well, the final that we preempted, it's happening.
Amanda did predict that this could be the final between Morocco and South Africa, 2 of the most tactically gifted side, I dare say, technically gifted sides in the tournament. Would you agree, Simpiwe?
I know for a fact that the girls in the South African team, they are 13 down. None of them are 14 or 15. They are 13 down, which means these are girls that understand that training together, playing together, technical abilities is important. Amanda and I never got a chance to play in such tournaments because then football wasn't as advanced. So kudos and a big, big, big round of applause to KEF in saying that African Schools Football Championships should take place, and it's girls that are in school level, because we are bridging the gap in that magnitude. For me, the technical aspects of the game is what gives you confidence, because tactically you'll be able to piece passes together, play with a routine, play with a formation, because technically you know what you are doing. That touch, Toki, I was a defender, she was a striker, so I knew, get the ball, play it forward, that's what Toki would do for you. And I call her Toki, her nickname is also Toki, because that's the type of striker that she was. Amanda was that type of striker, and I'm seeing her. Let me let you speak through this one.
No, I'm really excited. I mean, this is probably also a coach's goal, because they threw in Dineo in the second half and she came through with that assist. But kudos to Kwezi. I think she's such a technically gifted player who knows where awareness, whereabouts on the pitch. Very physically strong as well, but great control of the ball. And look, it's just 1-2 touches. She spins her body, opens up. And at this level, this is just, I think she's destined for great things.
Man, I feel horrible interrupting here, but I also love the way that she was constantly throughout the game playing over the shoulder of the final defender, sometimes off 2 defenders, timing her runs brilliantly in the first half. It was just a matter of time, Simpiwe, a matter of time.
The overconfident of confidence of Tanzania, playing with 3 at the back, but in that 3, the fullbacks, Bakari pushes up, Malwanda also pushes up. It leaves Rehema alone, and leaving Rehema alone without cover. 3-4 times we've seen Kwezi was successful against Rehema, and she tried to score, but there was cover. In this instance, there wasn't cover. Why? Because there was also support in attack. Because Dineo comes in, Katlego Malibana was stabilizing the midfield and just spreading those passes there. But Dineo comes in and she says, I'll be the second player to join your attack. And when she does that, really, it's incredible. The touches, the weight of the pass. I told you about the speed of play, speed of pass, speed of identifying the space. Staying onside for me is critical, and that's what Kwezi gave us.
Now, looking at the earlier game, Morocco through to the final, you were talking about possibly South Africa joining them, Amanda. South Africa did join them, and I know you have other businesses to do. You have a lot going on, and we're grateful to have had you here. What would you hope would happen tomorrow? One, hope, and what would you actually expect to happen?
A very tough encounter, because like Simpiwe says, both teams are quite technically gifted. But of course, I think after seeing the South African girls today, they were able to soak up the pressure against the Tanzanians. And I do feel that maybe In the final, it's going to be a tough one. The same sort of performance, but I still feel like South Africa is going to take this one. They're definitely going to emulate Banyana Banyana.
Definitely. What would you say the highlight of the play that you watched would be? What part of the game for this young South African side did you see and think, if we could build on this, if these girls could build on this, we could have something going?
I think the structure, the way in which they occupy the field and knowing the roles, they don't get into each other's spaces, they know exactly what to do, but also the consistency of staying in the game. I think there was a lot of pressure from the Tanzanians, but of course they stayed in the game, they soaked up the pressure and just gained the momentum to just keep trying and to just keep trying. And I think Kwezi, for me, was that top reference. They kept feeding her the ball. Like Simpiwe says, the 1v1 situations, I thought at one point we're going to get 1v1 situation and she's definitely going to score.
I love that Amanda says that, because it was not just the case of going forward, not getting into each other's ways, but being able to hold your ground even defensively and trusting the next person to hold theirs, even if the ball is on one side. That takes a lot of structural discipline.
It takes a lot of structural discipline, and I think when you see at the formation that they employed, you know, they started with two, they've always kept the two center backs, and then you'll see the wingers coming back. Mulefe on the right especially, she was coming back trying to help, and when they changed that, it told you that they knew that there's a reference point. Probably during the 30th and the 35th minute, you would see Tanzania was coming strong. And when Tanzania does that, it means they might get a goal. They actually did get a one shot on target, and the goalkeeper had to come to save that. And I was looking at this and I'm saying Tanzania is gaining momentum because Janeth also, as much as her arm was painful, she's gaining momentum. She's now starting to play. They will come back into the game. But you are right. Soaking up that pressure and being able to say reference point going forward, let's find that goal. And look, Tanzania could have gone through and won this and defended their championship because they are equally good. Bakara from the right, for me, she was also incredible. Asha also on the left. She was the difference in that Tanzanite side, and she has a bright future ahead of her. I'm not counting Zaya, I'm not counting Janeth, but specifically her also. She gave me something today.
I can see someone is in love with jewelry, Tanzanite. I know, I've been seeing the shops all over Zanzibar. It's a beautiful piece of rock, isn't it? But ultimately, that jewel was not to be in terms of the result here on the ground, as Tanzania, the defending champions, the home side, failed to make it to the final. But for Tanzania, it is not all doom and gloom, because the boys, they were absolutely dominant in their game as they cruised to a 2-0 victory. In fact, why don't we run you through the results, or rather the games for tomorrow? It is the final day of the African Schools Football Championship 2024, and we'll have the 3rd and 4th place playoffs and the 2 finals for both boys and girls. So we'll start off with a team that fell at the penalty shootout stage against Guinea. Senegal will be in that game against Benin for 3rd and 4th place playoff. What do you think we should expect in this one? Benin, of course, losing out to a rampant Tanzania. 2 goals in the first half. Adequate.
I've got 3 teams in the tournament, technically, that are superior. Senegal from the men, and South Africa and Morocco. But Senegal, they need to give me more, because they were promising. They play such good football, and I'm hoping that they bring that also to say, even if we are not in the final, let's at least play for that